Oh, we have Scarlett. Let's see. We have Christina. Do we have Carrie?
I haven't seen her pop in yet.
No.
You want me to yell out the back door and see if I can get her attention?
Yeah, just make a snowball, Josh, and
Throw it over there.
hit the window. Yeah, we'll give it 1 minute. Hey, Josh, my son was looking at Realtor.com, looking at housing in Cache Valley, and he had to send me a note because he found one on the market for 5.9 million in Logan. He was wondering who it belonged to, but I was looking in Providence, and of course this is Realtor.com. It may not be up to the minute, but there were 2 properties on the market less than 400,000. One was a townhome in Creekside, 189, a little over 1,200 square feet. The other was a home on 100 South that was 319. It was built in 1882. Everything else was over 400,000. Anyway, it's nuts. Last week I saw there was an ad, and I don't remember who it was, but they said $300,000 loan, 15-year fixed, 2.02% interest. Amazing.
Wow, that's phenomenal.
That's phenomenal. Phenomenal.
That's about the rate that we got for our water storage tank.
That's true. That's true. So let's go ahead and move on. We're waiting for Council Member Kirk to join. There. Hey, Carrie.
I'm on.
All right, we're all here. I just want to make sure.
Sorry for my tardiness. I was snarfing some food.
That's all right. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Today is Wednesday, January 20th. It is just after 6 p.m. And this is the Providence City Council meeting for January. My name is John Drew. I am Providence City Mayor. We have all of our council members present. So we have Council Member Seeley, we have Council Member Eck, we have Council Member Kirk, we have Council Member Paulson, we have Council Member, let's just see, where did he go? There we go, Speth. So we are all here. Let's go ahead. Ryan, you have a flag for us you can share. And so we can go ahead with the Pledge of Allegiance. And share your screen, and then we'll go on to opening remarks, a prayer, or a thought for this evening. I have a thought for this evening, and I'll introduce it after we've gone through the pledge. All right, if you would all join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for that, Ryan. Let's go on to thought for this evening or prayer. I came up with something. This week, we celebrated Martin Luther King Day. On Monday, it was a holiday. I just did a bit of reading up on him. I was fascinated to find out that at age 15, he went away to college. He had skipped 2 grades. And he graduated, I think, in 3 years from college with a bachelor's degree.
Maybe a water, though, at some point.
I'm sorry?
Not urgent. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not muted.
Okay. But I found a quote from him, and if you read some of his quotes, they're rather interesting. And I think this quote from him, although somewhat lengthy, is probably an indication of the character of Martin Luther King and how he conducted his life. But let me go ahead and read this. Courage is an inner resolution to go forward despite obstacles. Cowardice is submissive surrender to circumstances. Courage breeds creativity. Cowardice expresses fear and is mastered by it. Cowardice asks the question, is it safe? Expediency asks the question, is it politic? Vanity asks the question, is it popular? But conscience asks the question, is it right? And is there a time we must, and there comes a time when we must take a position because it's neither safe nor politic nor popular, but one must take it because it's right. That's how he lived his life. I guess I could say we could probably agree Martin Luther King did not take the necessarily safe or popular or easy routes during his life. And as certainly as leaders, we're called upon to make tough decisions. Those are my comments for this evening. We have a fairly lengthy agenda. I know we have some people that are probably going to want to comment. I know we have some submissions by email. So let's go ahead with staff reports, including our public works director.
Mayor, can I offer a prayer just because our meeting is so important and so long? I'll make it brief.
Absolutely, you can.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Our eternal Father in heaven, we bow our heads and we express gratitude for the opportunity that we have to serve thee and to serve our community. Heavenly Father, we're grateful for all of the support that we receive. We're grateful for health and strength, and we're grateful for the technology allowing us to meet in this way. We pray that thy spirit will bless us and guide us, that we can be wise, that we can have discernment as we meet. Please bless that we can be efficient and that we can be kind and understanding, that we can know what would be in the best interest of the people of Providence. And we offer this prayer in the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Carrie. Appreciate that. All right, let's move on ahead here with staff reports. City Manager, Administrative Services Director, Public Works Director. I don't think we have our city engineer or city attorney on the docket for tonight. Rob, you're with us.
I am with
Go
you.
ahead and unmute and give us your input.
Hello, Council. Tonight's agenda is a big one, and so really all is going very well with Public Works. The weather has helped us out. We've been able to get a lot of different miscellaneous chores accomplished because of that. Our budget is on track, so unless you have any Public Works initial questions that I can field for you, I'd be happy to do that.
Rob, I have a quick question. Can you guys, in regards to citizens shoveling the snow in front of their homes and on the sidewalks, I know that that's an ordinance and they're supposed to do that. Do we ever send letters, or if we were to say this address, this address, this address, does the city ever send a letter and say, you know, keep your sidewalk shoveled?
We do. We have a lot of different versions of that letter, and Scarlett, I'll give her kudos credit for sending out and writing most of those letters. Tara does a few herself, and we follow up with quite a few different versions of that type of scenario. Snow seems to be a big one when it comes to code violations, and we reach out to our local deputies quite often. And so
if I were to give you some addresses, we can send the letters, right?
certainly.
Or is that just too much work?
No, we have some different templates, so to speak, on the letters, and we can just fine tune them to meet each location's needs.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anything else? Okay.
We
Long
break
night.
anything yet, Rob?
Yeah, actually, we broke a couple of trucks, but nothing major, so we're doing all right.
So just to something that came up recently, we have some surplus equipment. One of the trucks we have, just to get an idea of the wear and tear we put on vehicles, and Rob can add to this, is one of the vehicles, literally the frame broke in half. The frame.
Yeah, we've got two old 2001 Fords that we've used as snow plows for, well, since 2001. And those, they only have 25, 30,000 miles on them, but they get worked hard being that type of truck for the duty that they work on. And it's time to retire both of them because they're both in really, really bad shape. The salt over time just beats those frames to death. And we put a lot of money trying to keep those trucks on the road, and it's time to time to retire them. So we are going to lose a couple here real soon.
Okay.
On one other quick note, we do have our culinary water reservoir out to bid, and it's been advertised. And just in the last 3-4 days, I've gotten 15 interested people that have requested those documents. So that's promising. Looks good. A lot of interest out there. So we'll see how that pans out.
Okay. Any further questions for Rob? Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and move on. Scarlett, you're with us.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to 2021. We have 14 active land use applications in-house right now that we're working on. They range anywhere from full-blown subdivisions to conditional use. Most of the conditional uses are related to sensitive areas, slopes, wildland fire, high groundwater, that type of thing. So we are still keeping busy in that area. We've started recreation. Parks started being reserved this month, and that's going strong. Our competitive baseball signups are going strong right now. Our recreational signups will start in February. So we're moving right along with our recreation programs. Our thought is that we will organize our programs, we'll move forward, and we'll do what we need to do to stay within the COVID compliance, and we'll give people as much fun as they can do. So we're moving forward with those type of things. Ryan will probably do a little bit more of an introduction, but we have added an intern to our staff. And so that caused us to juggle a little bit. We moved what used to be considered our server room. We've consolidated and put everything in our downstairs room that was designed for servers as well. And we've put Diane into an office. So her office is right next door to mine to the west. So she, if you come upstairs, you will need to look in that corner office for her. Other than that, I would and really quick, April Fredrickson does our code compliance, and she actually talked to me last week. She had quite a few letters that a resident that gets around in a wheelchair had given her addresses. And so Christina or anyone, if you email us addresses, we will follow up with letters to those people and remind them that they need to stay code compliant. So thanks. But anyway, any questions?
I actually wish there was more snow on my sidewalks right now.
I do too. The last time I looked, we were at 65% of our normal snowpack. So I think that was last Thursday's report. Thanks, everyone.
Well, we certainly need more snow this year. The snowpack is not what we used to experiencing, and hopefully the rest of the season we see more snow. Okay. Ryan?
All right. Well, you there? Okay. Well, as Scarlett mentioned, we have a new intern. A lot of what he's going to work on with us is working on our GIS. We have gained a great deal of data. In fact, I'm going to just show you a couple of things we have that way. And just because we can. So we have, you can see, we'll talk about our transportation master plan, but we're building our transportation master plan and our other master plans inside of our own GIS. You can see we have sidewalks, we have a great deal of data that we have amassed. So if you look, we have 168 different files and content. Each one of them have a varying database inside of them. So different maps, different feature layers. So all of this is being built, and we're bringing on our intern to help us to keep up with it, to manage some of this data. So that's coming along. And so anyway,
Ryan, will we have access to something like that? That would be quite useful, you know, to be able to have a login as a council member going and do that. Maybe I do already and I'm just not aware of it.
So what will happen with this is, first of all, we'll organize it, get it cleaned up. And at this point, we're kind of like a sponge, just gathering all of the data we possibly can. We'll start to organize, and then you won't have a login, but what you'll have, we'll start to publish out some of these maps, and those maps will become public, just like the county's GIS map. We'll have our own that we'll publish out, and you can be able to use. We can, if we figure some is of sensitive nature, we could get a login. That wouldn't be hard. But the intent is to be very transparent and public with what we can. And so we'd be able to do a lot of that. So a lot of things will become public as we get very reliable data. Our problem at this point is we don't want to publish stuff that isn't quite as reliable. So we're wanting to quality assurance test through the data. Anyway, does that answer what you're looking for, Josh?
Yeah, you bet. I just, even in reviewing the packets materials over the last couple of days for council meeting, like a current zoning map would have been really helpful, other than trying to dig through general plan and other things to pull that out. So if some of those are ready, I would love to, particularly zoning we deal with a lot, would be very helpful to be able to look at that right away.
The zoning map is on our website and is posted already.
Okay, you'll have to, I was not able to easily, yeah.
Okay. A lot of what I have to report is going to go through the agenda today. We have, like Rob talked about, we have a pretty full agenda, a lot of important items. I think I've met personally with each one of you to discuss some of them, but a lot of what I've been working on is to get this council meeting to have the quality of the agenda that we have, and we have a lot of good items on it. So anyway, and just to report on water, Brent will probably report on this, but the change application has been submitted to the state and for that water, and things are progressing there. So anyway, we appreciate Spring Creek Water Company and their support and our support for them. So other than that, I'm open for any questions the council might have.
Hey, Ryan,
Yes.
what's the intern's name?
Justin. I'd have to look up the last name.
Okay.
Ryan, question?
Yes.
It was, as we publish these, especially on your water system and so forth, and I was particularly concerned about water. Is there any restrictions so that somebody who would want to do damage to our water system or contaminate the water, then I realize there are various points where they're locked out and so forth, but is there any concern with publishing too much about that system?
There is, but at that point we'll try to make what we can public. But that's true, and that was my caveat. If we find that there are some sensitive ones, we could get a login and let you access the data that way. Most of that's that sensitive, you're probably not needing to look at, but we would share it. It's just that granular of data you're probably not as interested in. That what you'd be interested in planning wise for zoning and for some of those things, I think those could be just public information. So anyway, but we'll get there as we get the data. We'll evaluate and see how we can best serve everybody. So anyway, yep. Oh, and to tell you his name, it's Justin Blaylock.
Blaylock,
Yeah.
B is in Bravo.
B is in Bravo. Blaylock.
Got it. Okay, super. Thanks.
Yep. His first day was Tuesday, yesterday. So we're happy to have him.
Great. Good. Good. How many days will it be here? How many hours a week?
About 15 hours a week.
15.
Yep. So he'll be here a couple of hours each day.
Good. All right.
He is a graduate from Snow College with his associate's degree. And if I remember right, he had a 4.0 in his associate's degree and is coming up to Utah State studying civil engineering. So.
All right. Any more questions for Ryan? Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and move on. Next agenda item is approval of the minutes of December 16th. Need a motion to accept the minutes of December 16th. And I need
I'll make a
second.
motion to approve the minutes of, give me that date again. It was December 16th, you said?
16th, right.
December 16th?
And I'll
Right.
second that.
Motion from Councilman Paulson, second from Councilwoman Carey. I've got a couple of things here, but I'll go ahead and defer to the council. Any additions, comments, corrections on the minutes from December 16th? Okay, couple things here. Ryan, on line 28 there on that first page, the very last word says opportunities. I think probably, I don't know what the word was you actually used. I'd probably call them funding options. I don't know.
Probably accurate.
Yeah, okay. The other one on the second page, Scarlett, it says public comments. I don't think we had any at that council meeting. So normally what we say is there were no public comments or no comments from the public or something to that effect.
Okay.
So, and that's all I have. Anything else from the council? Hearing no further comments, I'll call for a vote to approve the minutes of December 16th. All in favor, signify by
Aye.
saying aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, minutes are approved, unanimous. Thank you. We do not have a public hearing tonight. I'll go ahead to public comments. Citizens may express their views of the council on issues within the city's jurisdiction. Public comments may be sent to Providence City, Utah at gmail.com or text comments to 435-752-9441. The city council may act on an item if it arose subsequent to the posting of this agenda and the council determines that an emergency exists. I do know we have some comments on some of our specific agenda items tonight. Normally what we do is read those comments that have come in by email or invite comment from members of the public when we get to those agenda items. But the public comments section, anything that's not on the agenda, we invite comments from the public. Ryan, Scarlett, anything that's come in that we need to?
We don't have anything that has come into Providence City, Utah at gmail.com that is not specific to an agenda item. We don't have any general comments.
I haven't seen any other come through any different way. So.
All right. Hearing that there are no comments, we'll go ahead and close the public comment section of the council agenda and move on to the next set of items. This is under the category of annexation, and we've got 3 agenda items just annexation related. These are administrative items. the first two. The second or the third one is a legislative item on annexation. Let me go ahead and read the first one. Providence City Council will consider it and take any action or may take action on a resolution accepting a petition for annexation for further consideration. Parcel number 02-111-0005 and 0006, containing 21.45 acres adjacent to the east boundary of Providence City in the general area of 900 East Eagle View and owned by Bear Nixon. Scarlett, you want to give us just a brief outline, and then I'll call for motions.
So this is the first step in the annexation process. Yeah, at this point in time, if the council does not want to consider this property for annexation, you could deny the resolution and that would stop the petition. If you are interested in considering this for annexation, then you would approve this, and then we would start to move forward with the annexation process. The first step being the city attorney and I have 30 days to review the application and make sure that it meets with state code and city code, the requirements that it has to have. And then once that happens, I certify that, and then we start all of the publication notices. The protest period starts, things like that. So this is a first step in a process that generally takes 60 to 75 days to go through if there is not a protest. You might want to chat with Ryan just a second on this. He spoke with Alex. Alex Berenson has been kind of heading this up. He's Jack Nixon's grandson, and he has talked to me several times about the property, and he also talked to Ryan a little bit about it. So Ryan, is there anything you would like to add?
Not at this point, but there is discussions that when we move forward, then that would be something we'd talk about. But I think this is a good spot. There is potential, and it would be a good spot to annex. There is potential. I suppose there is potential that we have identified on the East Bench, and this may be one of those potential sites for future considerations for park space. But we'd have to discuss that in any kind of purchase or that would be a closed session item when and if that ever comes about on any property along the East Bench.
One other thing that I would add is that this piece of property is included in Providence City's annexation policy plan, and the general plan indicates that we would look at this property for the single family traditional zone, the SFT.
Okay. So in a nutshell, Scarlett is saying we're asking the council to approve the city staff do further research and analysis of the petition. This is not actual approval of annexation. And I think we have, correct me if I'm wrong, Scarlett, we have 3 different stages of the annexation process in front of us, illustrated by items 1, 2, and 3. So we'll get kind of we'll get a flavor for each one, which is interesting. So on this item, this is just to ask the staff to proceed. That's what we're asking the council tonight. So I need a motion from the council to consider this for further discussion and consideration.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 001-2021.
Okay. Motion from Council Member Seeley. Do I have a second?
Second that.
Second from Council Member Eck. Further discussion, questions for Scarlett, questions for Ryan. Everybody know where this is? This is above to the east of Sherwood Drive,
In my backyard.
below the deer fence, in your backyard.
Mayor,
Yes.
So access to this property, water pressure to this property. Can we do it? Can we supply the pressure we need, the flow we need before the reservoir is built? Or does this have to come after the reservoir is built?
All good questions. Ryan?
You know, at this point, the proceeding with that will help answer some of those questions, and some of that process will be vetted out. This is a step we wouldn't look at a lot of that before. Rob may know, but specifically on development, this is the annexation step that would say, are we even interested in doing any more evaluation of this? So if you turn this down, we wouldn't have to put any more work into it. If you accept it, then we'll start to look and answer some of those questions as things progress. I know that's a cop-out, but at the phase of this step in the process, it's really, are you even interested in the parcel or not?
So, excuse me, Mayor, if we say yes, and you review it and it has problems, and you will recommend back to us your recommendations regarding this parcel, will we get to then give it a thumbs up or thumbs down as we move forward?
Yes. So like the next couple of items on the agenda. So we did this with the parcel on the next one down on the agenda, the
Furman.
Furman, thank you. So on the Furman property, you approved us to continue looking at it and that you would have further consideration, but it's now back on the agenda a couple of months later for you to actually see if you are. And at that point, we've said, okay, there's a development agreement or an annexation agreement. There's the annexation petition. That all comes back to you. So this is a preliminary in saying, yes, we agree that we may consider. So that's all you would be approving is the acceptance that you would consider an annexation, not the actual formal act of annexing.
So on my screen, I have a yellow parcel, and then there's a small parcel that runs along the deer fence to the lower part of my picture. Is that the other parcel we're looking at? Is that 006? Tell me which parcels are which. What am I not seeing?
005 is actually already in the city, as I recall. So I think 005 is already in. 006 is the one being proposed. Scarlett, is that not true? I'll share my screen.
So
006 is the one that's being proposed, yes.
006 is being proposed right here. I think 005 is already annexed. Yeah, it shows it's already annexed in. So they would be proposing to annex 006.
why are we got both of them identified here as 005 and 006? Why are we not just looking at 006 in this annexation petition?
Because I actually took it off of the application, and I think they got confused and put both parcels that they own, not just the parcel that's unincorporated. And really quick, Brent, just to let you know, if you do accept this for further consideration, then we will have them give us a feasibility study addressing all utility services, all sensitive areas, including those listed in Providence City Code Title 10, Chapter 5, and the disaster mitigation plan. They'll have to show the topographic character of the land, the proposed land uses, populations, densities, proposed circulation pattern, proposed parks, that type of thing. So they have a lot of more work to do. if
Okay.
you say yes. But if you're of a mind to turn it down right now, we don't want to utilize staff time, nor do we want the applicant to go to the expense of geotech studies and the like if you're not interested at this time. That's why we come with very little information right now. But when we come back again, you will have quite a bit of information.
I think the annexation petition needs to be correct before we act on it, or it needs, in a motion to approve, it needs to be made in a motion to approve that 005 is already in the city and it's not a part of this annexation proposal.
I would
We
agree with
can
that.
amend the
Well,
resolution.
hold on. When I look at the
I'll amend
parcel
it.
viewer, it says it's in Logan. 005 does.
Oh, let me show, hold on.
There's two 005s. There's one with a larger prefix, and that one's the Cisco or Selco property. But the 005 that I see shows in the parcel viewer shows it is in Logan.
Are you talking about this one? This is the contact information. If you look at the district code, that's what city you'll see. So
Okay, yeah, I'm looking
you-
at the owner. I'm looking at the owner city.
you're
so-
looking at the owner's information. You want to, if you want to see what area it is, you click on there and
District
district code
code.
will tell
Okay.
you. And then if you click here, you'll see district code, county, outside. So
I got it. Okay. Well, I agree with Councilman Speth. Then I think we need to correct it.
I
think-
will amend my motion.
Yeah, just amend it, because as I was looking through their application, they did, I think it's just confusing. I think they only meant 06. There was only one place that they put 005 on there.
Well, does the property description have to be changed?
No, I think we just amend the motion to do the correct parcel.
So there's
on
two
yours,
property descriptions here. We can amend it so we remove the one property description.
yes.
I'm not
make 'em-
opposed to the annexation. I'm opposed to not having it identify the property correctly and give a property description. So whether we can take that out and make it work, that's fine. But it seems to me right now that if what we're voting on, that needs to be stricken through whatever parcel 02110005 has a property description and get down to what we're actually working with. So that's my concern.
Mayor, can I amend my resolution? My
Absolutely.
motion? I'll amend my motion to approve resolution 001-2021 with the omission of parcel number 02-111-005 and the property description on the second bullet point, also removing the detailed property description for the referenced parcel 005.
I
Okay,
second.
we have an amended motion to exclude the parcel 0005 from the resolution. Do I have a second?
I'll second that again.
Okay, second from Council Member Eck. Okay,
Mayor, I just have a note for discussion. This is
Sure.
hypothesizing, but looking at the parcel zoning that 005, at least in the parcel viewer, reading through all that, I can't find that maybe a zone is attached to it. And maybe that's why they want to include 005, because their intent is to make that SFT as well. So not that we would do anything with it now, but maybe we need to let the applicant ask the applicant if they're requesting a zone assignment on 005 or some sort of rezoning or something.
so we need to know what the zone is on 0005. It may already be single family traditional.
Yeah, it's just, but that doesn't show in the parcel viewer from what I could tell now that I
Right.
learned how to read.
Scarlett, do we know what the zone is for that parcel?
Single family traditional.
So-
But I
so-
don't
it's
know if our
already-
map is, sometimes our maps aren't refined as good as they should be, particularly on the county parcel zoning viewer. There's actually a disclaimer when you click on that, that lets you know that some of their lines might be off. So we'll check on that to make sure. But right now, it would appear that it was single family traditional.
Thanks for that. Council, any more questions or comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second on item number 1, petition for further consideration of an annexation petition, resolution 001/2021. Hearing no further discussion or comments, can I call for a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, those opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. Thank you. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 2. This is next in the step of the annexation process. Proposed annexation agreement, resolution 042/2020. Providence City Council will consider and may take action on a resolution accepting an annexation agreement between the city and Marjane Z. Lowe, trustee, Janice Byington, trustee, and Catherine Furman, trustee, pertaining to parcel numbers, 3 parcels here, 02096 002535, 02090 0013, and 03002 0007. We considered this at the last council meeting, so we continued it. I'll go ahead and ask for a motion because this has been introduced before, to consider this agenda item for approval. Do I have a motion from the council?
Mayor, can I make a motion?
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we approve ordinance number 2020-013 with the amendment that all parcels are zoned into the commercial highway
That's the
district.
one above that. Item
Oh
number
my,
2.
too far in the agenda?
No, we're in
Let's
item
skip
number
ahead.
2.
Oh, I must have skipped ahead.
042/2020.
Oh, I see.
So they're 2 different steps. We approved the agreement. Scarlett can clarify this. We approved the agreement before we approve the annexation. So they're 2 different separate steps. We have to approve the agreement before we can consider approving the actual annexation itself.
The reason why you look at the agreement first is because you want to make, because in an annexation agreement, we often ask for items that are important to Providence City and relate to that property, but that if we annex the property, we may not be able to negotiate those items. And so we do it prior to annexing, because then if the applicant or the petitioner does not want to work, let's take that 300 South sidewalk. If for some reason you can't make that work, then you may want to reconsider whether you're going to annex the property or not. If you'd already voted to annex the property and then you did the agreement and you couldn't make it work, then you'd have to go back and change your annexation. Or so it's just cleaner to get all the details worked out before you actually adopt the ordinance to annex the property.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go ahead with your motion? Councilmember Seeley?
Yes.
Okay.
I make a motion that we approve the resolution 042-2020, the proposed annexation agreement.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Carey. Further discussion on this. Let's kind of recap where we left that. I know we had a discussion about sidewalk. Ryan, do you want to take the lead on this, and then we can hand it off. I think, do we have Kent Dunkley on the line with us as well?
We do. Let me promote him up to the
Okay.
panelists so that we have him ready.
All right.
But at the last council meeting, it was assigned back to the applicant and Kent representing the applicant to work with Wayne Barlow because of the concern of school children traffic along 300 South past the Barlow property. Kent has met with the Barlows. I believe both Wayne and Benjamin he has met with. And at that point, they have discussed a few potential options. And I would turn it to Kent to see if he has that and what he proposes as the resolution to that. Kent, would that be appropriate to have you talk on? All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Thanks everyone for allowing me to join you. As we go back to December 16th, I think it was there, we were looking good to passing this, and then the question came up about safe travel for the public from Fox Meadows to 485 West. And so the thought was presented that we get together with Mr. Barlow and talk about constructing a sidewalk across his property. It's about a 320-foot stretch. And I did that. I had telephone conversations. I have had telephone conversations with Mr. Barlow a number of times, and he eventually turned the communication over to his son, Ben. I spoke with Ben yesterday to get their final response. If we go back about 2 weeks ago or 2.5 weeks ago with Mr. Barlow, we talked about the sidewalk and him granting an easement. And he said, Ken, I'm okay to do that. I'm concerned about safe travel for citizens in that area. But he said, I think we should get something for the easement. And so then we started a discussion about a fence being put up by the developer on the south side of what would be the new sidewalk. And that conversation started with about a 4-foot chain link fence. And then Mr. Barlow suggested that also there would be a gate across his driveway, which the developer was okay with. And so they agreed to construct a sidewalk that would cost about $6,500, and also the fence and the gate that would be about another $5,000. And then in subsequent conversations with the Barlows, that fence grew to yesterday, the Barlows wanting a perimeter fence of black chain link around their entire property. That would be about a 2,000-foot long fence. And in talking with Lance at Arrow Fence, the estimation for estimated cost for that fence would be about $40,000, plus the cost of the sidewalk. And the developer felt like that was unreasonable. And so we had conversations with a couple of the city council members, those that I could meet with, and with Ryan, and we started looking in other areas, other ideas, alternatives. One of those being maybe put the money towards improving 300 South and widening 300 South, either with pavement and curb and gutter, or piping the ditch and putting a base over top of the pipe for a walking trail. I was there today, and it appears to me that on city property in front of, and this is just my opinion, city property in front of the Barlow property, that there could be a walking trail that would be similar to another stretch east on 300 South, where there is no sidewalk and citizens are allowed to walk on a gravel path. The developer is fine to contribute money towards the cost of the sidewalk, towards a city street improvement, or simply write a check to the city for that expense. So that the money is there when permission can be granted. But either the sidewalk or road improvements, they're fine to participate in either one immediately. Any questions?
Again, I don't have any questions. I want to thank you for your effort and the developer's effort to, I mean, just really act in good faith and go to a lot of work, I think, in order to find something that's usable. And at least, I mean, we'll discuss it and vote on it in a minute, but I feel like the sidewalk and the fence in front of their house, the gate was very, very reasonable. And that's about where the line should be drawn. And I do appreciate the developer still willing to put that money towards an expanded road that I think it would be my second choice to the sidewalk, but if not possible, that would allow us to, you know, have enough buffer there for pedestrians to walk. And that at least the Barlows would have a choice. Do they want us to use the easement that we already have and have a road there? Or would they like a, you know, professional looking sidewalk in front of their house? But I appreciate the effort that you guys have gone to, because I think it's slowed your project down a little bit. But I'm really glad with what we've discovered, and I feel comfortable about where we're sitting today.
Thank you.
I too, Kent, would like to comment. I appreciate what you've gone and done and spoken with the Barlows. I think it's admirable, and I too think it's beyond the scope of this project to consider any more fence and basically along 300 South. I just don't think it's reasonable to consider any more of their property. And the only other possible exception would be along the west side between the two properties. But that's not what we're doing as a city, and we're not even asking for the fence. We don't require the fence. That's not our issue. Our issue is just a safe walking area so that students or other public walking to church or walking to Spring Creek Middle School would have a way to get to that intersection at 485 West and be able to cross the street in safety and move on to school. So in talking with Rob and talking with Ryan and discussing some issues, we did give you two options. One of them was to look at going through the Barlow property, and that's not panning out the way we thought it would. But it was nice of him to even consider it, but you know, too much extensive expense there. But the other option of taking the asphalt to the edge of the city right away or thereabouts, and being able to put an asphalt or a line down that asphalt where people could walk on the edge of the road, such as we have up on Canyon Road. We have another place on 300 East, just as south of my property up by George Staines, where there's a stripe on the side of the road where people can walk. This is a viable option, and I talked to you about that, being able to widen that asphalt, and it would necessitate that ditch being piped, and it would necessitate widening that road. Now, let me comment to that, because if you put money in our coffers, that doesn't mean safe passage for anybody. We don't know when the city will widen that road or when we get to it. When we decide to do it, we have to mobilize equipment. We have to hire somebody to come in and do it. And it's a lot more expense at that time to mobilize, install, and complete it. You are going to have equipment there at that time, and you're going to be installing curb, gutter, and sidewalk and pipe covering in front of the property you're already dealing with. And so at that time, and I feel that I don't know what that expense would be. You may have to discuss that with your whoever's going to install your pipe and your curb and gutter. And I'm not necessarily saying a curb and gutter. I'm saying extend the asphalt to the edge of that the right of way. So we've got passage up through there, and just extend the asphalt over so that there is safe passage up through there. Now that would be very interesting to me to satisfy the condition of providing a safe walking space. That's my comment.
Council members.
I have a quick question. So we
Go ahead.
did a letter just tonight, right before council meeting. I read it. Was it the Barlow gentleman that was also worried about the pond and safety from that? I don't understand.
Yes. Yes, that letter came from Barlow, and he was concerned as well with the pond. That was his additional concern.
So is that something that is that a concern? I haven't been down there and walked through it. I don't.
We cannot mitigate every problem that people have on their property. That is not what this is all about. We're not talking with Mr. Barlow about any annexation or anything like that. All we were looking for is a right of way for a sidewalk to cross his property. Now, I know he has some concerns about that, and the kids will be looking around and wanting to get around that pond, but that's not the issue we're considering tonight. That's not an issue that we're dealing with as a city council, in my opinion. My opinion is just having a walking passageway across that front of Barlow's property so that it is safe.
So Brand, if I could, you've got the arrow there on the map now on the screen.
Yep.
The distance approximately from the Barlow property to the edge of the pavement now is about 15 feet.
Yes, I measured it.
And so there is quite a distance there. The developer their first choice also would be the fence and the sidewalk. And if that can't be worked out, and maybe it can still, but as of yesterday, it was a no. If that can be worked out, that's great. And if it can't be worked out, then they're prepared to take that amount of money and put it towards road improvements. And we agree that the time to do it would be when the contractor is already in the front yard and he can do both at the same time. And the bidding process would be better and the deal would be better. But they're okay to go to that limit, what they were willing to pay for the sidewalk and fence, which was about $11,000, but that would be all.
Ryan, and my concern is I don't think that the rest of the citizens of Providence should be on the hook to solve this problem. The developer is gaining the benefit of the annexation, and I don't think that our taxpayers will, even though the road has merit being widened, it has merit because the students need a walking space. Now, the other council may disagree with me, and which I'm fine. If the council votes that they would accept the responsibility financially to widen that road, and I don't know how much it's going to cost to widen that road. I did talk to Rob a little bit today, and I don't know if Rob had a chance to do any more with it, take a look at it to give me a little better cost. But it might be more than that. So I have a little bit of a problem putting it in the bank, because when the kids start walking and some kid gets hit, we can say, well, there's money in the bank. There's no problem. We got it in the bank. Yeah. No, that's not good. I don't like that concept. I think we need to somehow come to a conclusion as how we're going to resolve it, and then we can move forward. That's my comment.
Can we resolve it by piping the ditch and putting a road base over top of the ditch so that there is a place for people to walk, just like there is east of this property? And that still takes care of an improvement that would be down the road anyway, and that is piping the ditch and bringing fill in place.
I think I would be looking for other people's comments on that. At one time, I said to you, I wouldn't care if it were a hard graveled walkway. There's other sidewalk type material. I keep getting emails, or we get emails from a company that has a hard surface that's porous. I don't know what that would cost. There are other ways of going about it without maybe putting down asphalt, even maybe a strip of asphalt. I went over to Mendon, going to their school. They have asphalt sidewalks or pathways going along the side of the road down in the borrow pits that are headed over to their school. I'm not objecting to any of that. I just am wanting some safe walking path to get those kids to school.
Brent, what I'm hearing you say is it'd be nice to have a plan at the time of development rather than here's what we'd like and we may deal with it later. You just want to make sure that when it goes in, we've got a plan.
Absolutely, and it's fixed. And so when those kids, your first person that buys a townhome down there might turn out to have 2 kids that need to walk to middle school. And I just want that in place.
So Ryan, Ryan, are you on the line? I'm assuming you're on the line. Of course you are.
I'm here. I'll be on the line the whole time.
Good. Glad you right away. We ran kind of a paper napkin what we thought that would cost on widening that and doing that, didn't we? Didn't you do a rough estimate of that?
We did. I think even Kent got a number for what asphalt would be. We borrowed that, and I think that we were looking at 14,000, 14,500. Wasn't that about the number, Kent, for the asphalt?
I believe that
that
may have included a little more than the asphalt. Yes.
Okay. I think that's basin asphalt. So another proposal, and I'm maybe countering Kent's proposal, is if we purchased the pipe and supplied the pipe for it, and they installed and put in the asphalt. I'm one that I would prefer the road to be complete instead of it jogging out. And we already have a jog, like you mentioned, but if we can complete, it's good. This is a major road. But if the city was willing to put in some, and I agree, this isn't the city's problem to solve right now, but it will be eventually. But I think another one would be saying, hey, we could provide the pipe, they could install it, they'll have installers. It's fairly easy for the city to buy pipe. It would be a cost, but we could do that as an option as well, so that we're working jointly towards it. That's something that I think may be fair, and then actually have them paved so that they do the install and because they're already going to install along the other to connect to the same level. That mitigates some of their cost, but gives us a little bit of skin into it because we're correcting it. It's more than the cost of the sidewalk would be, and not nearly what the cost of fencing the whole thing would be. So I think it comes as a compromise. That's the question. If you want to come, you could play hardball and require what you want. I like to see if we can find a middle ground that's reasonable for everybody involved.
So I've been quiet. I'll just share. I like what Ryan just said. I think that we can put a little skin in the game to make that road not have the smaller section. And I appreciate the developer being willing to make it work, to have a safe passage. I think that we should be reasonable in our expectations. And I think, you say the citizens shouldn't be on the hook, and I agree that they shouldn't for a lot, but the citizens will benefit from this annexation, from the potential future taxes that will come through the annexation, and the citizens of Providence drive that road and will benefit from having it wider and eventually, having a walking path along that road.
So Ryan, to be clear, you're saying extend the asphalt the full width of to the edge of the city right away, and then a striped walking path along it, or are you saying something else?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. And I'm saying we would agree to provide the pipe. I think we could do that. We'll find that. This is an arterial road, and we treat arterial collector and minor collectors a little differently than we do residential roads.
Rob, how big of a pipe would we have to install, and how much per linear foot do you think it would run?
I haven't done much homework on this since we talked an hour or so ago. I'm looking at it and studying what I can while we've been talking about it. Cost does have a lot of question marks. I look and there's appears to be a junction box on the east side of the Barlow property out in the asphalt. That junction box definitely can't remain the way it is under a traffic rated scenario. So that we definitely want to look at whether that box gets eliminated and the stormwater goes in the curb box that you can see there, and then on an angle to some better traffic rated manhole that's not square and not a problem for traffic and bicycles and walkers. We've got kind of that same problem further east on the north side of 3rd South, where those square boxes just are a really horrible situation for very much traffic and whatnot. So replacing that might be something to look at when it comes to evaluating these costs. The pipe itself, I don't know. I wouldn't think it'd need to be more than possibly 15-inch, but I haven't done my homework there yet either. I think it's about a 15-inch pipe further east, and it seems like it's either a 15 or an 18-inch pipe under the highway. I'd have to do some research myself to verify that to give you a decent cost.
Any rough idea what you're looking at? Are we looking at $3 a foot, $4 a foot?
I think Max might be able to answer that best since he's been looking at recent cost estimates related to that. Max, and I know Michael Taylor's on here too, and he does cost estimates quite regularly. Max, would you want to chime in on what a cost per foot in this scenario might be?
Sure. Rob, I'm trying to remember on our transportation or on our drainage master plan if we addressed that pipe or not, but I would say that it's probably going to be more like an 18 or 24-inch pipe would be my gut feeling. Not 100% sure either, but you're probably, Brent, you're probably more in the $20 to $25 a foot would be my guess. Maybe not quite that high, but that's a better guess, I think. $15 to $20 a foot.
So if it was $20 a foot, 320 feet, we're going to be looking at $20, 7,000.
Yeah, about 6,500. Yeah.
That's not too bad. Well, it's up to, the council. I'm supportive of meeting them partial way. I just want in the end to have a safe walking path that meets the city's needs, that will work for the students or whoever's walking. And I'm willing to make a compromise. I just want to see when we get all ready to build that there's a place for those kids to walk.
Ken, are you agreeable to that? If we pay and put in the pipe, you guys handle the road piece while you're all out there, so it gets done from the moment that you do construction?
I think that's a possibility, but I don't think I can speak for them. I think that, maybe you can vote and say, this is the way it's going to be. And if it is, if you're in agreement, then we will do it. I had permission for the fence and the sidewalk, but I can see if I can reach them real quick and see if they're willing to do that. So we're basically talking about where we were, except for the installation of the pipe. Is that correct? And
We would provide the pipe. You wouldn't have to install it. We would provide the pipe, you'd install it. So that 325 that we had for the asphalt. So you'd install the pipe and put in the asphalt. That wouldn't include curb and gutter.
the asphalt and road base, and then installation of the pipe.
Right.
I'm trying to get an answer right now.
Any other council members want to chime in? Okay, so we're discussing an annexation agreement, and we're discussing what the agreement would include or what the city would require of the developer in terms of pedestrian access going east of the property in question, and that is the Barlow property. The discussion came up about the sidewalk and fence, and then the alternative was extend the asphalt and pavement, pipe the ditch, and paint a stripe so there's a pedestrian walkway on that asphalt. Hey, Ryan, I've got a question. When that property is developed, the ditch, which keeps going further west to the corner, is going to have to be piped by the developer. They're going to have an installer, and the installer is going to, the contractor is going to need to acquire the pipe. Obviously, that's the time to do it, and we just reimburse. If the city decides to participate and purchase the pipe, then we just reimburse the contractor, or whatever way the developer wants to do that.
Yeah, there's some benefits for the city actually purchasing the pipe and doing that. But yeah, we're just talking about purchasing the pipe in front of the Barlow property and having them install, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
And the developer would widen the road, curb, gutter, and sidewalk and pipe in front of the development. But going east, this is what we're talking about now, and they are in agreement, Ryan, to what you just proposed.
Okay.
Can you restate that, Ryan, just for the record?
Sure. The proposal is that in front of the Barlow property, the developer would widen the road to the edge of the city right of way. The city would provide the pipe at a 15 or 8-inch pipe. We would provide the pipe, and they would provide the install, the road base, and the pavement.
Okay.
And just one quick comment. Max said it may be larger than 18. We'll have to go with the size pipe that engineering determines, but we would buy that same size pipe. That's the only clarification.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the table, so we need the original motion to be amended. Councilmember Seeley, and I'm just going to paraphrase what Ryan said. Developer will be required to install the road base and asphalt to complete the road in front of the Barlow property. The city would provide the pipe. Developer would provide the installation as well.
I will amend my motion to resolution 042-2020 for the proposed annexation agreement to include the city will provide pipe in front of the Barlow property. The developers will provide improvement road base asphalt to the edge of the city easement, and it will be installed by the developer.
Good.
to engineering specifications.
Okay. Councilmember Yak, you seconded. No?
I did not second it.
Actually, I think I seconded it.
Okay.
And Janelle, perfect.
Councilmember Kirk
Seconded.
seconded. Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second that has been amended on the table. So we've had some discussion. We've heard some explanation from Ryan. Kent Dunkley has checked with the property owners. Further discussion, questions, comment from the council. All right.
I think we should have Janelle do all motions here henceforth. That was that good.
Especially amended motions. Those are the tricky ones.
Okay, so hearing no further comments, discussion, or questions, can I call for a vote? All in favor of approving resolution 042-2020, the proposed annexation agreement with the additional requirements for development, signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Okay, we have 4 council members in favor. We have 1 opposed. Councilmember Eck voted no.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
No. I voted aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. All right, so we have unanimous, then we have no nays, right? Okay, very good. Kent, thank you for being present, and we glad you're here. We were able to make some progress and get past this. So now we go on to the next item, number 3, which is actually approving the annexation ordinance 2020-013. Providence City Council will consider for adoption an ordinance granting a petition for annexation for parcel numbers 02096, 035, 5.51 acre parcel located in the general area of 580 West, 300 South, 02090, 0013, 7.69 acre parcel located in the general area of 310 South, Highway 165, county address being 1710 South Main, and 03002, 0007, an 8.2 acre parcel located in the general area of 420 South, Highway 165, and assigning zoning districts as follows. The first parcel, the 5.51 acre, and the other parcel, which is 7.69 acres, as commercial highway district. Those are both right along the highway. 02096, 0035. That's the one on 300 South, multifamily medium. Okay, so that's agenda item number 3. We've had some discussion about this. This is the actual approval of an ordinance to allow the annexation into Providence City. Do I have a motion on this ordinance?
I'll make a motion, Mayor, that we approve ordinance 2020-013, that the annexation of this property.
All right, I have a motion from Councilmember Spath. Do I have a second on ordinance 2020-013?
I'll second that.
Second from Councilmember Paulson. Any further comments, questions, discussion?
Mayor, may I make a comment on that?
Sure, go ahead.
Mayor Drew pointed out to me this morning that I had not correctly identified how the parcel would be zoned on page 3. And I have to apologize. My phone was ringing quite a bit this afternoon when I was trying to amend that, and it took me 2 shots to get it done correctly. So page 3, you should have gotten one just a little bit before the council meeting. And Kent, I believe you were on the email list. You should have seen it as well, you and Kathy. But it says the annex parcel shall be zoned as follows. Then it lists the one parcel with single family, or excuse me, multifamily medium, and the 2 parcels with commercial highway district. So if you wouldn't mind clarifying that that's how you want the zone assignment. since the one in the packet was incorrect.
You want me to amend my motion or what?
Yes, just clarify
Oh.
how you, actually, you can just add to your motion, yeah, amend your motion to add that the 2 parcels are going to be commercial highway and the 1 parcel is going to be or multifamily medium.
Okay, so in mine, I have parcel 0209000013 and 0300200007 as commercial highway district, and parcel 02-096-0035 as multifamily medium. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the correct one. It's just not the one that went out in the packet originally.
Right. So I amend my motion to include that zoning in regards to the parcels that I just identified.
Okay, we have an amended motion and the second agrees with that motion.
Yeah, I actually saw Scarlett's email come in during the meeting. So, yep, absolutely fine with that.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the table. Further questions or discussion? Scarlett, anything else? Ryan, anything?
I don't have anything.
Okay, Ryan, we good?
Yeah, I don't have anything more.
All right. Hearing no further questions, comments, or discussion, I'm going to go ahead and call for a vote on ordinance 2020-013, approving the annexation.
Say something, Mayor?
Janelle, go ahead.
In looking at the general plan,
Yep.
as we continue on the other side of this Garden Drive neighborhood, it's slated for mixed use, which is, commercial, residential. It's a very similar, basically we'd be surrounding this neighborhood with multifamily housing and commercial. I tend to be somewhat responsive to the residents who have commented and participated in the planning process. A lot of them really wanted this to stay commercial instead of multifamily. So I think that's something to consider.
Okay. Any further comments or discussion on that?
I might make one, Mayor, regarding that.
Sure.
And listen to some training that was given by the state. Those people who use commercial property for commercial property want the residents to be in place to be able to bring the commercial into it. Generally, the commercial doesn't precede the residents. The residents are there, people are there, and then they build the commercial to fit the needs and what the prospective needs might be of those people who reside there. Now, highway access is paramount to people wanting commercial property. And the interior, even though we would all like a Target or something else, is probably not going to warrant that because we're downsizing to meet the needs on a smaller capacity. Smaller building is expensive. Rents have to be so that people can use them. And so that comment that I listened to, or the training that I listened to, is I think that we are getting a mix here where we have some residents and there will be needs, and we're giving some highway commercial property to those people who would come in and put in a commercial establishment to meet the needs of those people in that area or other area in Providence. That's my comment.
Any other comments? I just thought of one, and I've heard over the years, heard this comment from people, is that there ought to be a transition from residential to commercial. And so what would that transition be rather than going from a single family traditional type neighborhood to the next lot next to it being a commercial development, whether it be a Maverick or something else? One thing that's certainly been considered acceptable is a form of higher density housing in between the single family traditional and the commercial areas of the city. I mean, that's just one way to look at this, and it's often been considered that multifamily developments are a suitable or acceptable transition. That's all I wanted to say.
I have a question. Kent, how many units then are you gonna put in there?
Who is Kent still on?
Yeah.
He's muted. He just needs to unmute.
40 units.
So here are my thoughts, and I appreciate Councilman Seeley's concerns. And I feel the same way. I feel very conflicted because across the street, behind the Edwards Furniture, maybe a year or a year and a half ago, they wanted to do multifamily, and I wanted to keep that commercial. So I feel conflicted, and this whole process has been very conflicted for me. But what you guys need to know is there is an unprecedented housing crisis right now. People have nowhere to live. People have nowhere to rent. People are literally packed into family members' houses. So I feel like the circumstances have changed for my attitude towards this. And I understand it's up against a neighborhood, although there is a buffer, which is okay. But if you dealt in mine and Kent's world, you would know how dire the situation is. And it might not affect you right now, but eventually it'll affect your family members or your children or your grandchildren. And it's just not going away. So I'm in favor of moving forward with it.
All good comments. Council, any other feedback or input on that?
I would just point out, I'm grateful to see a multifamily medium density come on board. I think we've tried to do a good job of avoiding some of the high density stuff, and at least recently have changed course on that. But I feel very comfortable with this balanced approach with that many units per acre than the commercial property that'll be coming into the city. I think it'll be well received and work well. So. I'll be voting a second, but I'm in favor of it and appreciate what all parties have done to make it happen.
Okay.
So if I might share too, I want the residents to feel heard. And we walk a very interesting tightrope between what we're learning and what we know and what we've heard and what people have heard. It's interesting. Sometimes emails come in that will have 10 bullet points of things that they think we're doing wrong. And every bullet point is based on misinformation. Like every single one is inaccurate. And I just find it so interesting because we don't even know what we don't know, and residents don't know what they don't know, but we take these decisions really seriously. And these, one misconception that I had when I was planning and zoning 8 or 10 years ago was the taxes that came in through multifamily. And I just thought, well, we just have to have commercial. It has to be commercial. Everything has to be commercial because we need the taxes. But in fact, a lot of tax income comes through these medium multifamily or smaller parcel properties. And so we're not giving up all of our tax revenue by not having it zoned commercial. And I think that was a misconception I had for a really long time.
Good comments. Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Okay, hearing none. Go back again. We've got a motion and a second on the table to approve ordinance 2020-013 to approve the annexation of the 3 parcels. I'm going to go ahead and call for a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. We have 4 in favor. We have 1 opposed. The measure passes. Ordinance 2020-013, the annexation of the 3 parcels into Providence. Thank you all for your insightful comments and input. It's been very helpful. Okay. And thank you, Kent, for being on board to field the questions from the council. All right, let's go ahead and move on. We've got 2 items that are related to our master or our general plan or subsets. The master plan for Providence City Parks, Trails and Recreation, and we also have the other one for the transportation plan. Item number 4, both administrative items, is a master plan resolution 002-2021. Providence City Council will consider and may take action on a resolution adopting the Providence City Parks, Trails and Recreation Master Plan 2020. I know all of you have put a lot of thought and effort into it and encourage people to submit their input. I did, Ryan did, I know the city staff did as well on this. Ryan, you want to take the lead on this, kind of give us an outline? And while you do that, I'm going to step out for 90 seconds.
All right. All right. I hope not to mess up in the 90 seconds. No, we have had a great, wonderful experience. MHTN, we have had them on. We've been working with them since, I believe, August, but you can correct me if I'm wrong there. This has been a long process. We've had great community feedback. We have had we've had a number of surveys. We've had meetings from the actually in-person meetings with the concerts in the park. We've had a lot of refinement and a good steering committee. This really has come a long way. I'm really pleased with where we're at. And at this point, we're ready to see this. I'm ready to move to the next phase of starting to implement the plan once adopted. So anyway, I don't know, Ryan, are you going to take and start the introduction, or is Vince?
I'll start out. Amanda's going to share screen if you're ready for us, Ryan.
Yeah, let me allow that. All right. You're welcome to. Go ahead, Amanda.
Okay. Can everybody see my screen?
Yep, we got it.
Great.
Very good. Okay, well, thank you, Ryan, and to the council for letting us be here this evening. We're grateful for the opportunity to have worked with you over the past 4 or 5 months on this, the first ever Parks, Trails, and Recreation Master Plan for Providence City. It's been our sincere pleasure to do this, to work alongside you. We're thankful to members of the City Council, the Project Steering Committee, various community members and other stakeholders who made time to meet with us for in-depth focus interviews on various aspects of this plan. We're thankful to those who gave us comments at the various community events we attended, who have reviewed the drafts which have been made available. Your comments have been heard, and we'll discuss a little bit this evening the process for the formation of this plan and some of the key recommendations that you'll see in it. And we want to just spend a few minutes giving you an overview of the story map format that you see before you. Story map is hosted through ArcGIS, and it creates a very usable web interface for plans, but you also are getting, you'll see a link here down below, a full kind of PDF traditional plan as well. So you're really getting two pieces to support this plan moving forward. Now, you may recall that we came and visited with the City Council several months ago, midway through the process, at which point we presented these objectives that you see and the plan's guiding principles. So I would suggest we'll move ahead, and we're going to focus today on some of the key recommendations of Parks and Trails. We wanted to briefly discuss the process as you see before you. This nice infographic describing various phases of the project and the way the community and stakeholders were engaged throughout it. At our earliest meetings with Ryan Snow and others, it became immediately apparent that this city cares deeply about transparency in any public processes, and that listening to comments of residents, as we've heard on other agenda items this evening, are very important. In the earliest phase of this project, what we call foundation setting, or sometimes existing conditions, over 280 responses were given through an online hosted survey. Similarly, comments were collected through the city's social media. Over the course of the last 4 months, 9 steering committee meetings were held. Almost 50 comments were collected at a community concert series last summer, fall, I should say. 8 focus interviews with project key stakeholders within the community. A planning commission presentation, including tonight 2 city council presentations, and numerous comments on the survey draft that was provided. Now you see all of this leading to, at the bottom, implementation of this plan. And implied by the diagrams, the infographics you see here, that implementation will lead to more access to amenities, recreation, open space, and parks for members of the community moving ahead. So with that brief overview, we'll have Vince and Amanda are going to talk to us about parks recommendations, and then we've got Michael Taylor with Civil Solutions who'll talk briefly about trails recommendations. And we'd like to leave a few minutes at the end of this for any questions or comments.
All right. Again, thanks for the opportunity to present to you here. In terms of the parks and recreation recommendations, we've taken all of this input and we've formulated some recommendations here. The first one is to increase the park land by acquiring additional land in the city, and this would be done, adding a community-sized park while also maintaining the level of service that exists in the city in terms of the parks. Second recommendation would be to make the parks and their accessories more accessible. This would be by adding more accessible measures. Again, there's more detail in the plan here. The third recommendation is to diversify the offerings at the parks. This is by increasing outdoor space for practice, for field sports, creating spaces for sports that are popular among a wide range of ages. Also creating park space needed by those who don't have their own outdoor yard, and also creating space for passive recreation opportunities. Fourth recommendation was to increase the use of existing Providence parks. This is done, strategies are to allocate more resources and time into promoting the parks and their amenities, to create opportunities for 4-season uses of the parks, ensuring that the community knows where all of the city parks are through improved signage, and then adding amenities and improvements at each park to increase what they offer. The fifth recommendation was to create more large spaces for gatherings in parks. This is just making additional spaces available for group gatherings in the parks. The sixth recommendation is to increase the human resources dedicated to maintaining the Providence parks. This would be by adding possibly more seasonal part-time staff for park maintenance and recreation programming, and then also to create opportunities for residents to volunteer in the parks. And the seventh park recommendation was to add elements that provide comfort and places for passive recreation. The strategy here would be to create more park environments that have reflective and passive amenities. We also had 2 recommendations for the recreation side of things, and the first one was to improve improve communication regarding the recreational programs. This would be done through advertising recreation offerings in more spaces or in more places, and then also expanding recreation program support capacity. And again, there's different tasks underneath all of these strategies. And the second recommendation would be to add more all age, all ability, family appropriate recreation programming and events. This would be done by organizing activities to appeal to different tastes, and to also working with nonprofit entities to expand the programming. And Michael was going to cover the trails portion of our recommendations.
Pleasure to be with you tonight, Council. I'm Michael Taylor. I'm with Civil Solutions Group. We were contracted with MHTN to do the trails portion of this plan. After significant discussion, the recommendations boil down to 3 different categories. I don't know if you want to go down, Amanda, to the map, the proposed map. Maybe you can hit these up. You're going to see on this map a lot of orange. These are roadside paths, relatively low-cost improvements. In many cases, this would just involve, some restriping of existing roadways, allowing for dedicated, pedestrian or bike or equestrian or any combination of those uses within that space. You'll see on there a couple red lines as well. These are shared use paths. Often when you think of trails, this is kind of what you're thinking of is a dedicated, 10 to 12 foot concrete or asphalt pathway. There's the primary one that's being highlighted in the plan is a trail that would extend from Zollinger Park West through the Providence Gateway project over to the Macy's and other associated projects happening in the Providence City Center. And then you'll also see on here purple lines. And these would be more kind of like natural trails with, gravel or just dirt surfacing. There's improvements or relocations proposed to the Bonneville Shoreline Trail. And of import, you'd have to scroll to the right off of this page, but up Providence Canyon, the plan is proposing an additional cutoff, if you will, to the Syncline Trail, which would provide easy access from the end of the road at the quarry up onto the bench. And if you could see that overhead, you'd see how much mileage that takes off access to those upland trails. I think that you guys are already aware, but I laud you for prioritizing trails. There's significant economic benefits that go along with trail construction. We highlight some of those in the plan. And it's just in such high demand and just adds such quality of life to a community. So that being said, I think that covers the majority of what the trail section is putting forth.
Thanks, Michael. So I just wanted to speak a little bit about priorities and funding. So with most master plans, they're far-reaching in terms of the length that they imagine recommendations to be implemented. So it's not that all of the recommendations the City Council heard would be happening in the next year or even 5 years. These are all long-term priorities for the city. And so the last chapter of the plan, Priorities and Funding, tries to come up with a framework to prioritize the recommendations made in the plan across parks, recreation, and trails. It goes as far as prioritizing the general park recommendations, which Vince gave an overview of, as well as specific park recommendations. So in addition to those general park recommendations, each of the existing parks in Providence also had recommendations for how to enhance and improve what was there. And so using this prioritization framework, each of those aspects has been prioritized and then ranked. And just to give you an overview of the criteria that we used and that we looked at with the steering committee. So first would be that it aligns with the guiding principles and goals of the master plan, those that were set forth from the very start of this project, those that were agreed upon before specific projects or recommendations were realized or considered. demand for project and idea. So as Ryan covered at the start, we really tried to go out to the community and listen to what they wanted to see improved across parks, trails, and recreation. And so each of the various recommendations has been scored according to the demand that we heard from survey, from the in-person visit at the community parks, to even emails that we later received via Ryan Snow and other city staff. Recommendation impact. So this is looking at, well, how many people would benefit from the implementation of this recommendation? And on the right here, you can kind of see we've given points 1 through 5 for how much that particular recommendation fulfilled this criteria. Recommendation urgency. So, is it very urgent that the recommendation be implemented? Has this been something that the residents have been asking for a long time? Cost was another thing that we considered. And then ongoing maintenance costs, of course, because as you all know, budgets are finite, and the city needs to think about that as it puts in new improvements and enhancements in this area. And then finally, after we came up with a total for those criteria, we also took a look at funding availability based on our conversations with the steering committee and gave that a separate score. And so all of that is found in the chapter on priorities and funding. And so with that, I will open up the floor to see if there's any questions with this brief kind of overview we've given on the master plan.
So I would like to make a comment. I've worked with MHTN on the steering committee and have put a lot of thought into this and made a lot of comments, and they have been amazingly responsive, and they've taken every bit of feedback into consideration. They've responded to every email and in a very careful way. And even for citizens that have sent emails and maybe didn't quite understand, they've responded to all of those thoughts, at least to the steering committee. So they have crossed every T and dotted every I, and I really appreciate the work that they've done. I love the recommendations and the prioritization criteria. I think that matrix will help us to be so much more proactive as opposed to reactive. And I just feel like it's beautifully presented, and they were thoughtful and thorough. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you very much. And I was on the committee also. It was a pleasant experience. Thank you.
May I ask a question? This is really, I hesitate to ask, but on the front page, rather than looking out across the valley, would it be maybe possible to look back at our community of Providence, or some aspect of our community of Providence? And not that I don't appreciate a view of the Wellsvilles, because I do. I grew up out in the valley. But if it's our plan, should it not reflect our community? Just a thought.
Well, it's a great question, council member. That's easily swapped out if others agree. So that would be no problem at all.
I agree. Sure, do one of our side of the valley of Providence.
So I have some comments or feedback. First of all, my sincere thank you to Carrie and to Christina, because boy, that you guys took on a lot of assignments that last year, and this is a big one, and it's so important. So I appreciate you serving that committee, and also express gratitude to the team there who worked on the plan. I know it was several months ago. I think they called and interviewed me, and I gave them some feedback. I like to think that just because I like it, though, doesn't mean that's what should go there. It's so good that we got all this citizen input, because we have to look for themes and things that are important to them, and make sure this plan represents that. So there are a few things that, and I'm going to introduce these as general comments, if that's okay, and maybe you can take a quick note and kind of address them one at a time, if that'd be okay. I want to make sure this is done efficiently. One concern I have is in the prioritization, looking at the budget and everything else for parks. There's a lot of in the plan, as there should be. We need to do more of this. We need to do more of this. And I worry that there's some things we haven't decided what we're going to do less of. When push comes to shove. And I'm bringing up an example like that with like the improvements that wanted to be made to Jay's Well, which are $200 and something thousand, I think. And I've seen that park, and I don't know if there's a whole lot of hope for that one. I think I'd go ahead and just kind of not put money in there and put it into something else. It talks about fruit trees and everything else, and I have 30 fruit trees, so there's still I worry there's still pesticides and things that can leak into the ground. I know that was a concern there, so I wonder if there's a way to further prioritize and really call out those things that will really make a difference in the community, and those that are going to cost a lot of money that might be okay, but really won't have as much impact, was a thought that I had. One thing that I really felt like was an omission in the plan here, is I had read in the survey data, and I think it's 4 or 5 down, that swimming, aquatics, water, a pond or something was indicated as important to residents, and I really didn't see much of that in there in terms of plans for accessibility improvements, or a big bold idea. And I'm assuming this plan will have a durability like our transportation plan of potentially 30 years. Why are we not looking out at what are we going to do for maybe an a community aquatic center with Millville, Nibley, the high school or something down the road, because there's a lot of recreation opportunity there. And it feels like a big, a master plan, a big plan should have a vision like that. This one, Christina talked about how she was conflicted earlier this evening on one. And this is one that I have been conflicted about. That big trail that was designed by Civil Solutions Group that connects up Providence Canyon up to the sink line. I'm paraphrasing here. I think that carried a price tag of $228,000 or something along those lines. Now, you have to understand that I run Providence Canyon all the time. I run that sink line. I like to mountain bike. I do everything up there. I'm a huge fan of Providence Canyon, and I can see how wonderful that would be up there. But in my mind, a price tag of almost $250,000 paid for by the city on forest land that's really disconnected from Providence seems out of scope. Boy, I'd love to see it there. I've tried to make my own trail up there, but it just seems like why Providence City would actually pay so much money for something like that when it might reach a few people or reach a lot of people unconnected with Providence. That money might be better spent somewhere else in the city. It's a big price tag of the trails. I think it's one of the biggest ones. I would love to see it. I just don't know if Providence should bear the cost of it. And then my other thought was, as we had the fortune tonight of looking at the transportation master plan in addition to the trails and parks plan. For me, that process is really good because I was able to look at those side by side. And our transportation plan really talks about mobility and trails as a multimodal city. And I lined some of those things up with what we had in the trails plan, and they didn't always seem to align with the future of road development, other stuff that we want to do on transportation. That there were a few areas that I thought, well, if we're going to build a new road in here, why are we not addressing that trail issue at the same time in the long-term trails plan? So I saw a few areas where I felt like some alignment could be done there, not 10-year things, but 20-year things. I guess my other thought would be, the top thing that I had seen in the surveys from our citizens, and was a concern of mine too, was was the acquisition of land for preserving open space and park space. I believe that that's been prioritized in the plan. But when we look at the allocation of dollars that are there, so much more is being put into. It seems is being put into accessibility of those, just because of the way the matrix works in terms of that prioritization. I worry that maybe we haven't prioritized enough the acquisition of open space and land for parks. And this is me trying to have a 30 or 40-year vision that that land is getting very, very expensive, and it's one of the few opportunities we have to preserve that open space. So those, that's maybe a dozen big level things that I would. Oh, and then the final one being is I just didn't. At some point in time, we looked at, we have this power line corridor along the upper bench, and at one point in time when we were entertaining LCR, there was talk of working with developers to build a path or a trail there that would connect up in Millville. We've kind of abandoned that idea and gone with the deer fence. But boy, it's difficult to develop land within those power lines, and I wonder why we've tabled that entirely. That there can't be trail plan integrated in there with development. So those are my comments on there. Some of those are small ones. Some I think are bigger ones. But I appreciate the efforts that it's been done. I know that sounds like a lot more criticism than praise, but the plan is wonderful. There's so many good things in there, and the effort that's gone to it is wonderful as well. But for me, it's missing a few big things there to kind of push this over the edge and become a master plan that's going to have some 10-year durability that we can execute to. So.
Thank you, Josh. Council, any further comments or questions?
I'd like to add some comments, Mayor.
Sure.
First, I am really grateful for the committee and the time and effort that they put in. I know this is a very laborious process, so I really do appreciate all the time that's been put in. But I did want to just, I guess, maybe reinforce a few of the things that Josh said. The fruit trees, I'm not sure is the best choice. I know that it's kind of an interesting place in Jayswell, but without a plan for the fruit, I think it can just turn into a really big mess. So unless that was like the Providence Youth Council's plan every year is to pick all the fruit and donate it to the food bank or something, I think that it would be a really big maintenance mess for the parks crew to just have lots of tree fall. So I'm not sure if there's maybe a better idea for that space. I did wonder about the trail up the canyon. I think it's a great idea. And maybe my understanding of how a master plan works is that if it's on the plan, it kind of opens up an opportunity for maybe funding opportunities through grants and the Forest Service. I don't know if Ryan could comment to that. If this type of addition to the plan helps us to seek funding for opportunities like that.
Definitely helps. It doesn't assure any funding, but it definitely helps.
And I do like the idea of adding the trails through the power line corridor as well. That's all I had to add or echo, really.
May I make one more comment?
Sure.
I too appreciate the work that's gone into this and the for the committee that's worked on it and putting it together. I didn't compliment them before, but I do want to compliment them. I think it's a fantastic plan. A while ago, probably 2 months ago or so, we had a request to look at a skate park somewhere where the youth could go and skate rather than have to go over to Logan. And there were some parameters that were introduced to access to food and a few things like that. Has that been given any consideration as to an area for a skate park? Or have I just missed it in looking at it? My second comment is south of Grandview, up behind the homes, there's a little grassy area back in that area. Is that a private park area back in there, just down over the hill, behind those homes, just straight south of the Grand View, or is that just private? I was just wondering what
It's
that
an
is.
HOA park. The community owns it, not the city.
Okay, great, thanks.
All right, I'm back. I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling a little frustrated right now because a lot of these comments that we're getting, Josh. I mean, we should have gotten this 6 weeks ago so that we could, we ask for comments, we ask for feedback over and over again. And now we're just getting so much of it at the very end. And I'm not sure why.
I did give the fruit tree feedback to Carrie, I believe. Did I?
Yeah, you and I talked about the fruit trees. And I felt like a plan for what to do with them would come when they're planted. And each part of this, Ryan will have his guide to move forward, but significant expenses will still run through the council. And Josh mentioned the pool thing. I've always wanted Providence to have a pool until I looked at the price and the upkeep. And it's so ginormous that the steering committee decided to leave that off. We did put, natural water features in part of the cattle corral park as far as water things, but a pool comes with an astronomical price tag. But maybe Ryan could respond to some of the other concerns.
So in regards to the fruit trees too, I vaguely remember that that was Ryan's suggestion. Ryan, did you have more thoughts about that or why that was a suggestion?
Yes, I can talk on both the aquatic center and the fruit trees. So first of all, the fruit trees, kind of just the idea is, and there are a lot showing, but the idea is how do we tie to the roots? There have been a lot of fruit orchards, as I understand, throughout Providence over the years. You can get fruit trees that don't actually bear fruit, or at least some that are flowering. We could have some of those. It's one of those. How do you get a park that is in that kind of spot? It doesn't have a lot of space to do a lot of things. So it's an idea. I would say at that point, I think we're open and welcome more ideas. It's an option. I don't think it's a requirement. And the plan is to say, hey, let's put in something here. Let's do some beautification. So there's potential. So I would say if anybody has a better idea, I think that as we come to beautify that, and if we budgeted 200,000 and we brainstorm ideas and come to something better, I think that's okay. I don't think this locks us into stone, but it does start us to look towards something. The aquatic center, just to talk on that one, my first day as city manager of Roosevelt City was the groundbreaking of a brand new aquatic center. We built and constructed it, and I was involved heavily in the construction. So I have built an aquatic center. I will tell you that it is extremely expensive, and indoor pools are used limited. They are used for exercise, but not for a lot of activity, a lot of that. It seems to be counterintuitive of what reality shows when you actually get there. A lot of open. I think one of the water features is to improve Alma Lenhart, to improve that. that water feature. The splash pad would be great use, and I think we have done that. My experience is that the aquatic center cost $200,000 to $300,000 a year in subsidy. And that's not accounting its depreciation. That's not counting repair or long-term repair and maintenance. That was just operation and maintenance at a very limited staff. And so I would say if we want to get in the aquatic center, we need to make sure that we can fund that subsidy and that we're wanting to do that. And you know, from what we'd heard before, wanting to have things being able to fund themselves, we felt like the aquatic center would be outside of the scope that they could ever fund itself.
And maybe we have we had discussions with Millville and Nibley and the high school, you know, because I don't see it being just a Providence project. I'm wondering if we've had some of those discussions with them.
We haven't, but I'm sure we would welcome those. That would be on a bigger, broader scale than what we have, but at least we've addressed the interest from our residents. So I think that's one thing we've identified. And so that if there was an opportunity that the high school came and Millville and Nibley decided that they were interested, we would at least have recorded that we have a public interest. We have a population that has an interest, that while we're not identifying a current timeline to construct or that, we have identified that interest, and that would go a long way. When and if those discussions came, we could certainly have it and would have a plan that says, hey, there was a lot of interest. And we've identified that. We just haven't put forward a step in order to get a goal to accomplish it. But we still have identified it, if that makes sense. I would turn it back over to Ryan and Vince and Amanda. I think you've taken some notes on some of the other ones. I'd be interested to see how you answer some of those. And I'd maybe, if Mayor's okay, give you guys some opportunity to respond.
Vince, would you like to respond to the question about the skate park?
Sure. I think, and I'm trying to pull it up here just to make sure I've got this correct, but we did add a section on there about skate parks. And I think we called it up in Zollinger Park. We added something in there about the possibility of adding a skate park to Zollinger Park itself.
You know what page it is, Vince? I can just jump there.
Oh, I don't remember which page.
And I think with that, it was kind of the idea of what does this size look like on a map?
Correct.
So we're trying to identify and say, people, when we think about 8,000, 12,000 square feet, what does that look like inside of a park and how much space does that take? I think that was what we were trying to show there, right?
That's correct. And we would think the one that we put in there was, if I remember correctly, was about 8,000 square feet, which is about the size of a basketball court. And it was in the specific park recommendations.
We're getting there.
We're getting there.
Apologies.
You had also spent some time identifying a very rough order of magnitude budget for something like that as well, which I think probably the council would like to have a sense of.
Correct. And I think we added that into I know we added it in, but I thought it was 100 and, I'm going to get this wrong, and I am. I thought it was about 170,000.
Yeah,
that's correct.
What was the number, Amanda?
I think it was 150 to 200, although I have it pulled up.
For the skate park?
For the skate park, yeah.
I thought it was 300 to 500.
We put in the plan a skate park like the one that was shown in the photo where the ramps were above ground. So let's see if I can make this bigger. And so because of that, it was not quite 3 to 500, and I believe the size as well. Oh, okay, so no, you're right. I'm sorry. It was 300,000. But yeah, okay, so that's why it wasn't 500,000. It was 300.
That number was based on research from other communities around the state who have put in skate parks in the last 12 to 24 months. Amanda, I wonder too, if you could talk about the concern that was expressed about the alignment between the two plans. There were two separate meetings held between MHTN and the CRS team with Ryan Snow and others present to try to address this very concern. Maybe you could talk about some of the meetings and what came out of those.
Yeah, that I'm happy to, and I can see also that some of the consultants from CRS are also on the call, so I possibly could chime in as well. So we did meet with CRS, I want to say 2 or 3 weeks ago, because Ryan Snow noticed the same thing you did, Councilman Paulson, that there were some paths that were not fully aligned, and so we actually took some steps to align more of the trails. I think there was still a few trails that we determined would just be in the transportation master plan and not in our master plan. And I believe that was because of the nature of the trail. But maybe the folks from CRS, they might also be able to chime in here, or Michael from Civil Solutions. You could also potentially chime in, but we did, we met with them early on in the process to talk about where recommendations would fall. And then we met with them again when we noticed that there was still some misalignment. So we'd be happy to talk about any of the specific trails, Councilman, that you see that are still not aligned, but there might be an explanation for why that is showing up the way it is.
You want to turn time to CRS or, yeah, I mean, I can point, when I say alignment, I'm not talking about mass misalignment. There's just a couple that have popped up, and clearly that's been something that has come up in the last few weeks. If Ryan knows too, I just thought, boy, you know.
Oops, you're muted. You just muted yourself.
Oh, sorry. The main connection point I'm seeing is what we can do with, I'm not really happy with how we've connected Von Bear Park up to Providence Canyon Road and some of those things. It's kind of a circuitous way that's happening, and it kind of dead ends in there in a peninsula. And I do know that the transportation plan calls for a limited access road coming up off of Canyon up along the bench. And I'm wondering, I do know that private property from the plan was an issue, but we're really dealing with a single private property owner almost to go ahead and try to pull a trail up to that limited access road, which I think would really provide greater east-west access than going around that that curve in there. And I'm just curious what conversations it had. I guess the tough thing here is, and I do want to address Christina's comment, in that I have been reading quickly the notes that you guys send regularly from the steering committee, and it's been fine to do it, but we kind of assume the steering committee does that. There was a draft sent of this on November 24th, and I don't know if I viewed that draft as being like the final draft or what the case was, but this is really, as far as I know, the really only discussion that the council has had about as a whole. So maybe I haven't followed the process very well, that I was hoping, even though we had a steering committee, there would be a discussion with council members along the way too, and not just responding to, the printed pieces and trying to kind of piece together from the minutes what was working out and what wasn't. So, and I will point out that we are at the disadvantage of, we meet once a month as a council, and we're trying to move a lot of agenda through in one evening here that are really like fate determining things. Our general plan, our master plan, they're big. So I would hope that even though we have a steering committee, there's more than just a 10-minute discussion on some of these things with the other council members. So, but since you have that up there right now, that's the big one that I thought, man, is that really the best that we can do? That we send people up around that neighborhood, and we're not able to figure out how to go ahead and connect them up to this new limited access road that the transportation plan shows.
Yeah, so we did have, I'll just address that particular comment. We did have a conversation specifically about that. And I believe that part of the challenge that our team, Civil Solutions, expressed was just the steepness, of this topography right here. Seeing that road might not be put in anytime soon, that it was going to be quite costly. I believe, and Vince, maybe you can chime in as well, because you were on the call, and Scott as well, from CRS, if you're there, about why, but I believe it was because we felt in the range of this plan, which we were talking, you were, I think, expressing that a little bit earlier, with parks, trails, recreation plans. I mean, a lot of times they'll stand for as long as a community, chooses to have them before they get updated. But we put together this plan with a 10-year horizon. So when we did all of our analysis on population projections, which informed level of service, thinking about future park deficiency, we projected out to 2030. And so that was kind of the time horizon we were working on for this plan, which sounds like it's somewhat different than the transportation plan. But maybe Vince, do you recall, is that your recollection as well?
Yeah, that's my recollection, that the grades there and the gap that would have to cover would make it extremely expensive to build that connector road through there.
Yeah, I wasn't involved in that meeting in particular, but I would concur with that, just being familiar with the location. I mean, you'd almost have to, depending on how direct of the connection you wanted, you'd almost have to bridge it.
Correct.
Well, in terms of expense, I'm just curious, because the sink line, which I think covers the sink line trail up there, I think covers probably 2,500 feet elevation gain, with the price tag of over $200,000. You're looking at more than that to bridge that to connect that space in there somehow.
If we're doing it with the road, then yes. If it's just a trail, then it might be just a matter of, the price tag would probably be lower, but you'd have to work out the easements and or property acquisition or whatever it is to get a trail through there.
So Josh, I'm a little bit confused because the road master plan is looking for that road to come off a little bit higher on Sherwood Drive and coming through a development that would be developed heading to the south towards Canyon Road. And so when you say a connection between the two, I'm wondering where you really, it's not that little stub road that you're looking at. That goes into a cul-de-sac where Gary Stevens and Meisner, I can't think of his name, but anyway, where they live. You go on up that canyon bottom there, but the road's actually going to come higher. It comes up where Cordell Yundahl used to live and comes across. Anyway, can't remember the developer, but this property here will be developed through the higher area up on that bench. There's a water line that goes all the way across that up high over to feed the Fox Ridge area. It's going to have to follow in that area. So I'm a little bit confused when you say it's not following what the road plan is versus the trails plan.
The road that I'm thinking of, and we're not looking at the transportation plan here, but if you go from the bottom of that map, the base of Providence Canyon, there's what looks like a tuning fork here. Yes, thank you. Isn't there a road that goes from there and connects and goes north up right up through there, a limited access highway? I think that's what the transportation plan calls for.
Are you talking right there, that little jot out where they said?
I think it goes just to the east of that, a limited access road, if I remember from the transportation plan.
I think it's higher than that. And I think that we're looking at a road that's going to come across up higher than that.
There you go. That's what I'm looking at right there.
Right there. And see, this is up higher. Fox Ridge, Stone Abbey.
Boy, that looks right about to the edge of where that I mean, it looks pretty darn close, but by my view, I mean, we're looking at two different maps here, but I've really felt like one of our signature parks, Von Bear, is still kind of hidden in there, and that trail access to that is just insufficient. I mean, that's just my observation, opinion. Having walked up there, it feels like it needs to go somewhere rather than turn around and dead end.
Well, you come out on 3rd East or 3rd South. You come up that trail and it comes out on 3rd South.
Yes, and I'm just trying to envision what that neighborhood will look like differently when this is all built out, and that limited access road is there, and we'll likely have people wanting to ride their bikes along there. Now I'm hearing what the consultants are saying, and I'm sorry, let's see, was it, I missed your name there. Is it Amanda? That this road on the transportation plan is on the 2050 plan. I will acknowledge that. And so that rationale makes sense for me. That's from CRS has put that being like, that road's more like a 30-year road is where they're looking at that one. So it's been helpful for me to hear you say that you're viewing this plan from kind of two different frames, one from a 10-year frame of updating, likely with trails, and a 30-year frame in terms of parkland and park annex and land acquisition improvements. Correct, Amanda? Yeah. So I'm comfortable with knowing that's was the reasoning for not doing that.
So Vaughn's Bear comes out on 3rd South Maple Hollow Lane.
Yes, I know where it comes out at.
It's
Yeah, I've walked up there.
Maple Hollow is a private road.
It's walking through a jungle, but yeah, it's coming up on a private road there.
Yeah, but the road that at least the transportation plan has a new road higher up on the bench than that. That road would be above that. There's a property line that comes right along that area. We have a water line that goes all the way across and drops in down here at Stonehenge and Abbey Lane, right in that area right there. As that was put in years ago as a giving booster to that, and that there's a water line that goes across there. That's a developable area, and the developer will put in that road.
Understood, Brent.
I'll share it back with you, Amanda, if you have more to show. I just wanted to show the transportation map.
Oh, go ahead, Amanda.
Oh, no, go ahead, Ryan.
I was just going to mention to Councilmember Paulson the question about potential funding for things like the sink line. One potential funding source that we've seen many communities use for similar types of amenities is the Utah Outdoor Recreation Grants. We've seen many communities pursue funding through that specific funding alternative, and we've even heard in recent days from the new governor who's taken office a desire to increase those types of funds available for outdoor recreation opportunities. So potentially it could be an amenity that remains in the plan, doesn't need to be funded by the city, or at least only partially by the city, and finding another avenue similar to or even through Utah Outdoor Recreation Grants. So it's a really great point to think about. Sometimes these funding sources, it's a blended mix to make it work. There are opportunities that exist, and the plan does list some potential funding sources like that. The last piece that I think we haven't discussed, and I'd be curious to hear.
Can I just add one thing to that, Ryan?
Sure.
The other thing that we did in regards to the Syncline trail recommendation is we met with the Cache County trail planner, Carly, and made her aware of it, so that it wasn't a recommendation at that point, it was just an idea, but made her aware of it. She kind of acknowledged that that might be something that is more in the scope of the county's funding responsibility. But again, as Ryan said, having it in this plan could help make it happen, regardless of whether Providence funds it or not, but just showing that there is a desire from Providence residents for an amenity of that sort.
And I really appreciate you saying that, because if I wasn't clear, I love the idea. I mean, it sounds wonderful. I'd love to use it. My issue was with the funding of that. And I think even Councilman Seeley said, you know, there are other funding sources. I would just be very hesitant to use, you know, city taxpayer dollars to fund a trail on, you know, Forest Service land.
Yeah,
So-
and maybe this is something we can put in the plan, clarify kind of the intent of why this recommendation is in the plan.
So if I can add something here, I got an email today. Amanda mentioned the Utah Office of Outdoor Recreation grant money. This popped up today. I'm going to forward it to the council, but it says that they have opened their window of time. They're soliciting grants. There's different tiers of grants that are outlined in this email. I'm going to go ahead and forward it to the council under Ryan. So it was sent to me today.
That was timely, wasn't it?
Timely.
The last piece that I have, and let us know, please, if there's anything we haven't covered, but I tried to take notes. So if it looked like we weren't listening when you were talking, it's because I was taking notes on my other screen, was the question about a potential for a trail to be identified in the power line corridor. I wondered, Michael, if that's something you could speak to.
Absolutely. Amanda, I didn't know if you want to pull up the map again.
Oh, sure. Let me do that.
And maybe if we could get some clarification, this would be separate from the Bonneville Shoreline Trail. Is that the idea?
Yes.
Yeah, and I think mainly because just thinking long term, connecting into Millville, the grade is, there are rather steep grades in the Shoreline Trail from Providence city boundaries over into Millville up on the bench, but those grades seem to flatten and undulate a little bit more on the south end, and then on the north end I haven't looked as much, but maybe obviously a lot of that is undeveloped land underneath the power corridor on the north side. I don't know to what degree we try to prescribe, you know, recommendations for developers as they come in to preserve or acknowledge or allow us to, you know, work with creating a path through there. So my concern is it is an elevation leap to kind of go from that bench up to the deer fence for a lot of people, and a lot of people don't make that without driving. You know, they drive up and then they start, and the desire is to kind of create a trail they can kind of move north to south without, you know, deciding they're going to go for a walk rather than get in their car and drive up to the entrance point, which is the mouth of Providence Canyon, then work from the north or south from there, you know, if something's already running along that bench. So that's the thought.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. No, and I can see how that wouldn't be redundant, but would serve a different purpose. Yeah. I mean, now would be the time to get it on the map if you collectively see value in that. I mean, the piece that you discussed earlier this evening, the Nixon piece, I mean, and several others to the south of that, they, you know, if this became a binding plan, you know, then they'd be required to set aside, you know, some sort of route, you know, for that. I think to the north of that, as you move into the Little Baldy subdivision, maybe that ship has sailed, but there's still significant, you know, connectivity there that could be preserved. So I guess I'd be interested in hearing the other council members' thoughts.
I think
go ahead, Carrie.
I think it's a good point to look at the trail under the power lines. I think the frustration that maybe Christina and I are feeling is that if these comments would have come in the form of an email, even last week or even yesterday, they could have been responded to before the discussion here. And so that would have been nice.
I accept responsibility for that, and just know that some of us prefer a little face-to-face communication rather than, you know, a long explanation of trying some things via email. Maybe it's just an opportunity for us to evaluate when we work on big plans, and we have this, to have a few more touch in face-to-face points rather than just offline communication. I just bring it up as a precedent, and I take responsibility. I can meet with you. I can meet with you and talk about that. So, yeah.
Can I make one more comment? Sorry. As we're talking about that upper bench area, and of course, tonight we just looked at this annexation of that parcel 0005, I believe it was. And it shows that proposed roadside pathway. Is that the yellow one going across there? Maybe, what is that?
That was existing. That one's existing.
Well, when that subdivision, and Scarlett, and you guys help me, when that subdivision came in, that trail had to take a turn to the east and go up around above the deer fence and then back down. Is that still the case, Scarlett? What happened there?
Well, we couldn't go under the power lines there because that was back in the day when Rocky Mountain Power allowed a little bit more building underneath the power lines. And so we couldn't get we couldn't get them to help support keeping that an easement. So that's why the power line trail kind of got a little convoluted in that area right through there. So that's probably what you're thinking, Brent, is why we had to go up north, or excuse me, up east and then come back down.
We actually had to go up above the deer fence, if I remember.
Yeah.
Above the deer fence and cross over and come back down with that trail. Is that not correct?
Yes, but we also had a different development that was going to come in at that time. And out there on where Little Baldy is, that big Sagecrest development, and their layout was a little bit different. And so going up there and going along the deer fence made a little bit more sense for that future connectivity. However, if you could kind of get back to the power line corridor, when you do get over to Little Baldy, even though Michael's correct, that ship's kind of sailed, the sidewalk that goes along Spring Creek Walkway is right below the power lines. I mean, it's part of the power line easement, actually. Well, it's just outside of the power line easement. So I know that trail people don't like to go off the trail onto sidewalks, but there is that connectivity that still is along that power corridor if they utilize that sidewalk that runs along Spring Creek Parkway up there on the east side of Little Baldy.
And the trail system, all different kinds of trails, Scarlett. So I don't think it hurts to run from a trail to a sidewalk. So Brent, I don't know if this helps, but that Nixon parcel that we talked about underneath the power lines up there is a good trail. I drove on it yesterday, but people walk on it all the time. So it does go along pretty smooth. I think if you pull up into Little Baldy and try to do trails underneath those power lines, you're going to run into trouble because that's like a pretty steep hike. I would like to just be really cognizant on future development that incorporates the property under those power lines. I mean, that's a large area. It can be more than a trail, it can be park space. So I just think in the future, we need to be very aware to make sure that that's a trail and whatever else. I was waiting for Janelle. What did you have to say? We interrupted you.
No, I just had questions about the adjustments of the deer trail. Was that adjustment supposed to be part of the Stan Checkett's development farther up there? That's just a historical question.
Stan was not required to make that adjustment. That's why it says that the trail will stay where it currently exists until it's relocated at some future time, but the developer wasn't required to do that. He was just required to let it remain. One point that's important to keep in mind on that deer fence trail that goes through Little Baldy, even if that trail is moved, there's an easement through there on many of those lots for brush truck access. So the trail may end up being relocated to the east at some point in time. There was a group that Dayton Kreitz, the former trails planner for the county, he got a group together and a lot of volunteers, and they were going to make that adjustment. And that just didn't, for whatever reason, I don't know, it just didn't end up happening. But even if that trail moves, that road still, that easement for that road stays in place. So that if there is a wildland fire, the brush trucks can go along that deer fence road to help monitor the fire situation and put it out, hopefully.
One more thought for Michael. I'm just wondering if you discussed, that the other reason I like the power line trail south of Prov Canyon, that area all gets shut off between January 1st and the second Saturday in April. That deer fence trail isn't accessible those 3.5 months. You can't use it. Plus, anybody who lives south of Prov Canyon has to, in order to access Prov Canyon and the North Deer Fence Trail, has to drive. Once again, they have to drive down onto Prov Canyon and come up to reach that access point. So I'm wondering if in the plan is it possible to build an access point from that south end of Providence there up to Prov Canyon that bypasses where they shut down for deer grazing or whatever they do, so you can access that from that point in time at any point in time, or south, using that road, that there is a power line corridor. There's still a trail there, even though the deer fence trail isn't available 3.5 months out of the year. So does that make sense? You guys, Michael, you're probably aware of those restrictions.
I wasn't personally, actually. That's good to know, and I think maybe the seasonality of the trail should play into this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So right now there's just a bunch of enterprising and citizens that punch holes into the fence and break in so they can go ahead and jump up the deer fence and get down to Prov Canyon. They just need an access point to be able to do that. I'm not saying I've ever jumped a fence. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't, but that's the only way you can get that's the only way you can get to the canyon during those months. So.
Gotcha.
I wanted to add one more comment, and where these two master plans kind of overlap each other, I really appreciated MHTN's comment about putting the shared pathway up Center Street instead of 100 North. I liked your reasoning for that, and I would like CRS to adopt that choice instead. So I think that it is a little bit tricky trying to coordinate the two plans together, but that is one spot that I saw that I preferred the Parks and Trails choice.
We have our plan to Center Street from 100 South instead of, so it's still on 100 North, but it's also on Center Street instead of 100 South to match the trails plan.
Okay, sorry, I'm not sure who's speaking.
Sorry, this is Scott with CRS Engineers.
Okay.
Just to let you know, the review that you had for the master plan did not have an updated map. So we have updated that map to include that change, just as you said.
Okay, great, thank you.
So from my perspective, this has been really great conversation and discussion. I think we've touched on all the things that I had in my notes. If there's any others, we're happy to discuss. Otherwise, I think we're at your leisure.
There was one other comment, Ryan, that I wrote down about the plan hasn't prioritized acquisition of land enough. And I was wondering, Councilman Paulson, your advice or thoughts, because I think from our perspective, we made, I think that the top recommendation for parks is to acquire more park land. So we'd love to hear how we can emphasize that in a way that it really is quite apparent.
Well, thank you. Let me get my notes open down to that. I'm trying to think if it was in the appendice or if it's in that matrix here where you apply the formula for pages. Make more accessible. So where I'm seeing is page. Well, you're not looking at a packet here, right? So I'm looking at 6.4, item C.
Okay.
and I'm trying to kind of flesh out how this prioritization worked. I see, at least in the recommendations, by point scoring totals, make parks and their amenities more accessible has 16 points, and increase parkland and acquiring additional land has 13 points. Am I misunderstanding what that means?
No, I think you're right. That's exactly right. And looking at this together with you here, I can see that essentially this initial cost has been the main reason why increasing parkland is not higher. And I think that just goes to your point, the way that we've set up this criteria, and that we, I think, could reconsider, the weight of this initial cost category, so that this one could score higher.
Yeah, and I know in the survey results, they're quite close. There's kind of 3 items there, and I would say they're within, 5 percentage points of each other. But at least my feeling, once again, needs to be an acquisition of land. And bless Carrie's heart, she tried to go ahead and acquire some on the south end here, because I know there's a deficiency here, and that I don't know why that went bust. I thought we had that one locked up. But I feel like we've got to make something like that happen right away. And to Ryan's point, on the north end, I think we've got to make something happen in that north corner up there, where there's not parkland. So just in my mind, I would just, I would take the $200,000 I was going to put into fruit trees in Jay's Well, and I'd just go ahead and set that aside and say, let's look for those pieces of land to get them acquired. And so that's just because in 10 years, they're not going to be any cheaper. They're just going to be more expensive. So.
Well, Josh, I think that as a council, we can prioritize that. In fact, my number one goal for 2021, as we talk about goals, whether we get to it tonight or have a special meeting for it, is to acquire a large piece of property, to identify and to possibly acquire.
Yes.
Property.
I'm just saying, let's have it reflected in the prioritization then. I mean, if that's our top priority, because right now it's second tier, and it sits 1 point above diversify offerings at parks.
Yeah, I think that the other way, that this could be shifted around is, we worked together to rank these, but if any of these, seem like they should be scored differently, like for example, make parks and their amenities more accessible. In terms of urgency, we ranked that as a 5 or scored that as a 5, but it could be argued that would be maybe medium, scored as a 3, which would then bring it down. So I think that there's ways that if there's additional feedback on at least these top 2, how they might score differently, we would be willing to have that conversation and adjust things accordingly.
See, and for me, that wasn't a big talking point, because I felt like they could both happen within the same fiscal year. And so whether it's 1 or 2, it's happening very soon.
And I'm absolutely not willing to take our funding away from Jay's Well. I cannot tell you how many people I have complained to me about that. And Carrie said the same. And we got a lot of feedback on that. So whether we do fruit trees or other trees or something, that is a priority. It's an eyesore for our community. And we can't just ignore.
I don't disagree. It's a total eyesore, but I don't know why we ever tried to call it a park. I think it's so small. Yeah, we put a pavilion up there. Yeah, I would have just landscaped it completely. I don't think it's a park. It's like, I don't think you can't use it. You can't play on it. Why spend money on it? Just, what can we do just to gravel it over and get it to look like a well is my thought,
Well, but there's things we can do to utilize it. And I've thought all along, and I've said this since before I got on the council, that, even people walk and run, wouldn't it be nice to stop and just have a pull-up bar or
okay, agree.
That stuff, and I've been begging for it.
I agree with that.
Something like that you don't have to park, that is inexpensive to maintain, and it's not expensive to build. So I'm not done. I'm not going to leave that one alone. So I'm just.
I actually think that's an interesting, I don't remember the plan specifically. Does it talk about that? I mean, a little outdoor exercise facility would be interesting.
Yeah, well, we talked that on our steering committee, and I don't know.
Yeah.
There is fitness equipment identified there.
It's on there. Yeah.
Okay.
Can
lot of
we
trees.
move for a vote or are we ready?
If you're ready. We've had a lot of good comments and discussion. Certainly, you know, the way I look at the parks thing is this is kind of not the end, but the beginning. This opens up a lot of opportunities. There's some good suggestions. And no doubt, as we spend some more time on this, there'll be more good ideas that come up. We've got a good tool to evaluate projects as they come up. There's no reason we can't modify some of these, but we've come a long way, and it'll be up to the council to we're going to talk about goals later on, is to put some of these things into action and put a plan together to fund some of these. But on that note, if you'd like to call for a vote, we'll do that. I don't think we have a resolution yet, though.
A motion. I'll make a motion.
Motion, I mean.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve resolution 002-2021, the master plan for the parks, trails, and recreation.
Okay. I have a motion from Council Member Eck. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Council Member Kirk. Further discussion, call for a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay. I'd hope to see some things resolved first. So.
Okay. Vote is 4-1. The resolution passes approving the Parks, Recreation, and Trails Master Plan. Okay, thank you all for your comments. We'll go ahead and move on to the Transportation Master Plan. Providence City Council will review and discuss the proposed Providence City, Utah Master Transportation Plan. This is review and discuss. There's no vote on this. It's just a discussion item. The previous one, we adopted a resolution, but this is just a discussion on the Transportation Master Plan. And we have CRS here. Ryan, you want to give us an intro into this, and then we'll invite our consultants?
Yes, I would be happy to. First of all, master plans are good guiding roles. They will give me and the staff good direction. They are good guides. We have been working with Scott and Max for our transportation master plan. Some of this dates back a while. We had initially a brief, and maybe Max can talk on this, but there was a brief study that was started back year before last in 2019. And so a little bit started there and studying things out. And then there was a piece of grant that was acquired from UDOT that paid to expand this. So it expanded, and we satisfied on a scope of work. We got Scott on board for a broader and bigger discussion. And we've had a lot of good discussion on this one. There is some things that with transportation, it isn't nearly as public focused as it is study and fact and that focused. So we haven't had as much public input, but we have had public input. We did do a survey and we have had it out there for comment. But there is a number of pieces of this that we wanted to get good council feedback. It wasn't designed to have the same kind of steering committee as the Park, Trail, and Recreation. And that just was how it formed and came about. but it has been great to work with Scott and Max. Max is our city engineer and has a great wealth of knowledge of our city. And so to have him on this has been helpful. So anyway, I'll turn it, I think, Scott, I turn it over to you from there. Did I give enough of an introduction for you?
Yeah, appreciate that, Ryan, that introduction. And as each of you council members know, and as well as the mayor, we've met with you and to get your input as we've been going through this process. But I just wanted to second what Ryan was saying, that it was a different process than the trails, Parks and Trails plan. In that your transportation is driven a lot by demand and need, and that even though there are a lot of amenities that can be added to it, is that we were looking to solve and identify potential problems that the city would be facing, which is why we look out to a 30-year plan. And even though this is, it's a 30-year plan, it's not intended to last 30 years in that it's gearing and setting the trajectory, and that it would get looked at again in 5 or 10 years, and just to make sure that that was the direction that the council and the city would like to go. So fitting with the Parks and Recs plan, the next 10 years, but then we are looking out 30 just to make sure that we're acquiring the right of way and planning accordingly. Something that is really brought up is that a roadway, the expenses for roadway projects are much higher than for parks and trails. Is that a $275,000 roadway plan doesn't get you as far as a parks plan, and so you really don't want to come back and change them. And that they're the funding for them is harder to come by for roadways. So given that introduction, appreciate the comments that we've received. So each of you have had a chance to look at it for the last couple of weeks. We brought together a comment resolution. So all of the comments that we received put together, I can provide, am I able to share my screen? Yeah. So just as a quick overview of what the master plan is currently looking at, is everybody seeing my screen right now? That shows pulled up the master plan?
Yep, it's showing.
Okay, great. So just as far as what's included, we go have an introduction, identifying what the transportation goals are for the transportation master plan and how that fits into the key initiatives of the general plan. So the transportation plan is how the general plan is being driven and implemented. We'll cover some of the zoning maps. Chapter 2 goes into public involvement and everybody's input there. Chapter 3 looked at the mobility and active transportation design, giving some ideas as to what could be implemented. With one of the main goals here is with a transportation master plan is to look at mobility and keep that mobility at a certain level and for all users. So not just for vehicles, but for bicyclists and active transportation. And so that chapter 3 is looking at what kind of design and what kind of infrastructure you would want to implement when you do create these projects. That includes a lot of traffic calming implementation. Chapter 4 goes into the existing conditions, and that includes, what type of mobility the city has right now. Are there any congestion concerns? What are the CMPO's regional plans and the current bus routes that are going through the city, just to get a feel for what's there And as we're looking out 10 and 30 years, where future problems will exist. Chapter 5 is our analysis and data collection. We do a lot of traffic modeling. So we take all of those data collection, forecast it out to that 30 years to see what roadways will look like there in 30 years, and anticipate those problems before their problems, and how we can mitigate those. So we do have a traffic mitigation for a 2050 model, and then a 2030 model. So that helps to identify, what do we need in the next 10 years in order to keep improve mobility, keep at least a level set mobility, and then again in 30 years. Chapter 6 goes through and says, in order to solve those problems, what are the planned roadways and guidelines that are needed, what kind of cross sections for each roadway, and then provides recommendations and a capital improvement plan to implement those. So I know that some of the comments were, how can we prioritize these? And a lot of them are prioritized in the 10-year and the 30-year plan. So there is some flexibility within those plans. But as far as the 5, 10, and 30-year outlook, that's saying in 5 years, you will need to address these items will need to be addressed. And within 10 years, these items will need to be addressed. And 30 years, we'll need those. So in a matter of time, wanted to just pull up and say, so these should be seen in an Excel file here. This includes all of the comments. So just this column C is comments that we provided, and then just some notes in indicating this is any clarification that we can add, or whether we need to have a discussion with the council. So I think we'll just be best to go through these and see what comments and ideas that the council will have. So first one, this data collection seems woefully insufficient. Canyon Road, Spring Creek Parkway, and 100 North. We did take another look at that and identified that we hadn't included all of the spots on that map specifically, that the map that we provided was just where the automated counters had been identified. So we're adding more, meaning we're adding additional spots, identifying, saying we have data collection in here that was included in the map. So we appreciate you pointing that out. And then next, I'm going to, Councilmember Paulson, is that any additional information you wanted to include on that? Or I know somebody else had a comment there later too about the data points.
Nope, I'm giving you my feedback.
Okay. Next was, I don't think we can wait on Canyon Road construction, not this long at least. And the timing wise on that, I think is in the next 10 years. Is that correct? Trying to kind of jumping down to the end.
No, I mean, if it is 10 years, I do think that might, I think we almost have some safety issues on Canyon Road right now. And we've got lots of development going in there too.
I totally agree. Canyon Road is my biggest concern.
I'd make a comment about Canyon Road. It's a very hard road to widen, and I don't know which one you're really talking about, there's a pretty good road from the church house down to where it makes the bend. But there on that part of the hill, it does need to have some attention, something done with it. Going from the church house east, there was considerable effort put into widening that road, and without condemnation of property at that time, they had widened the road to the fullest extent that they could, unless we want to go in and exercise eminent domain and risk the setting some of those houses at risk for having restrictions put on them as far as building is concerned, because their setbacks are not correct. You're dealing with some pretty good issues there along Canyon Road, and especially the upper part of Canyon Road from Grandview up to the mouth of the canyon. That gets very, very hard to widen, and there's a tremendous amount of utilities in that section of road. We've got a sewer line going there, 2 12-inch water lines. I think there's a 6 or 8-inch water line in that road. That is a very tight road that is going to be very limited. And there's also another water line that takes off and goes across and crosses over to Fox Ridge. So you are talking very expensive section of road. Now, in contrast to that, how many people have been killed on Canyon Road? How many accidents have you had? The narrowness, in some respects, calms the road and calms people down so that they do travel at a safer speed and watch out more for people. So you got to look at the calming effects of the road versus widening it and getting it bigger so that people can speed on it and the cost you're going to put into it. That's my comments.
Well, I think that's a good point. That's something I learned in reading the plan was wider isn't always necessarily safer. You know, they talked about that in the plan. It was good, but I mean, maybe there are options even there. I know the residents there also feel that high speeds are an issue. I don't know what's allowed. Maybe there are restriping potential there, or shoulders, or various things that might help with easement as well. But I do agree, Brent, you're kind of dealing with two different things. You've got the corner and below, which has its own problems, and then the church and above, which has a kind of a different set of problems and a different tool to solve each of those issues.
Yeah, and part of that, just looking at the price tag in order to address those issues is close to $3 million at a very conservative, minimalistic approach to it. In that we're just adding curb and gutter, a sidewalk, and bike lanes. There is some drainage issues that would want to be addressed as it's coming down right there in front of the church. It's just dumping onto private property. So that drainage should be addressed. But that, a price tag to come up in the next 5 years to address that in addition to the other ones would just be difficult. Certainly would be great to address it sooner. But that one was moved from the 5-year horizon to the 10-year in order to just because of considering the cost for that.
One thing to consider on some of these on the 5-year, you'll see a lot of road-to-mill, widen and improve the road. I think a lot of these, we've done very good job in the last few years of improving in our maintenance and keeping things maintained, which is saving those roads. But these are roads that probably were already failed. A repair or a maintenance course is not going to fix them. We need to come in and do some of those. So in the next 5 years, we need to get over those. You look at the 5-year horizon at the intersection of 100 North and 200 West. That's a very busy one for a lot of traffic, and it intersects some of our busiest roads and most traffic. It's got to be taken care of. And then the only other one that's added on there is 100 South. So that gets us caught up on a lot of our major repairs. And if we can get all of those done quicker, we would start in on the 10-year horizon. It doesn't mean we're going to wait till the 10 years comes and then work on them. It means we're going to work on the first priorities in the 5-year. And then once we get those accomplished, continue. And hopefully, if all goes well, we will have achieved at the end of the 10-year horizon.
Ryan, can I ask a question about that? I know the mayor has talked a lot about, I think is it LTAP?
LTAP, yes.
Where we've set up a schedule for roads to be maintained and repaired and fixed. And I didn't see all of those on there. That is not included in this budget. Is that correct?
Those are not included. LTAP is a maintenance plan, so they are taking care of the routine maintenance. It will identify remaining surface life, remaining useful life of a road, but they are really about having a maintenance plan, and that's what we're using it for, is a maintenance plan. That would be year to year. This is longer term, deeper into the road. We're tearing up the road rather than putting a chip seal or microsurface on top. So this would not include regular maintenance that LTAP would have identified as regular maintenance. This plan would not include that.
Okay, but they're still somewhere in the cities.
Yes, they're still part of the plan.
They're still keeping track of them.
Yes, but this is large, deep, major items. The LTAP is regular maintenance.
Okay, thanks.
If I can add something here, the comment came up about Canyon Road, and over the years we've had residents that bring that up and complain and say, when are you going to widen it? You know, we need sidewalk, we want a bike lane. At one time, and it involved myself, Rob, our county trails coordinator, who was Dayton Kreitz at the time, Max as well. We looked for an option, and Scarlett came up with an idea for using a city-owned right-of-way that comes off Edge Hill for pedestrian traffic. And there's a drainage canal that comes down the side of that road that parallels 100 East there. And we had, and I still have all of the documents. I've saved the renderings that Dayton Kreitz did, but it would also connect to a designated sidewalk, and we were going to get some grant money for safe routes to school. We worked with and coordinated a bit with the elementary school. That was an option to widening that road, because at the time, when we looked at all the issues that came up with trying to widen that road, Max said at the time that's probably a $5 million project to widen that, because we've got a steep drop off on the west side. On the east side, we've got a very steep incline, and I think Max was including we would have to acquire a couple pieces of property from the owners and tear down the homes in order to make that road wide enough. It just really makes it incredibly prohibitively expensive. And as we talked about earlier, the cost of housing, that's all changed in the past 4 years since we had that discussion. I don't know if Max is still on the line. Max and Rob and I have put our heads into this quite a bit in the past. So that's where that's at. The obstacle we ran into, there's a parcel of property owned by Kathy and Doran Baker, and they refused to give us an easement of some kind just so we could complete that trail. But it's actually pretty darn reasonably priced. Rob, I'm trying to remember what the number was. I want to say $250,000. It would use road base. It also included some construction that would take care of some of the drainage and stormwater runoff issue that Rob has that erodes the east side of that roadway coming down the hill. But unfortunately, the Bakers were not amenable to allowing us to go through that. Actually, a very short piece of property. Scarlett remembers it very well. Hopefully at some time we can resurrect and have that conversation with the Bakers. At one time they were grazing cows there and they didn't want anybody to go through it. So Max, are you on?
I am, Mayor, yes.
Okay,
And I was going to say that that plan, you know, to do the trail off that existing easement, as far as I'm concerned, is still a viable plan as soon as, you know, we can find a way to get a termination point. And by the way, it doesn't necessarily have to involve the Baker property. There are 2 lots that have been for sale there for a number of years. And it's, even though it's not as desirable, there is the possibility of coming down one of those lots. It would be steeper and certainly, you know, not as nice as the option of going through the Baker property, but still a viable option, I think.
While we were working on the parks plan, we talked about this, and Kathleen Alder made it sound like there was a lot of hope with the Bakers as their circumstances have changed. So I think that it's based on what she said, it sounds like it's a possibility.
I think I would ask Kathleen to be the city's ambassador and touch base, have that conversation with the Bakers.
And I think I think that's been talked about, her talking to the Bakers. It sounds like she's in the right position to do that.
I will speak to Kathleen. Okay, any further comments, discussion?
Yeah, he was going through the matrix of questions.
Oh, I have a text message from Kathleen. I think she's on the line with us.
Sorry, Kathleen. I just brought up your name.
No, that's fine. She just sent me a note, said you and I can go together and meet with Doran to see if he would consider opening it. So Kathleen and I'll arrange to.
Because the big concern for me is the pedestrians and the safe route to school and walking up that hill. So.
Yep.
Okay, I think he can keep going through the matrix. Kathleen's on it.
Scott, can I suggest as you're going through there, on those that you have labeled as discussion with the council, I might suggest that we wait and do those at the end. I think it's going to be best to do those in context with you know, discussing each of those items all at once.
So that will be a discussion, you know, as prioritizing. Question with what do 2 sets of numbers mean? That is in reference to this map. Just that these are the TAZs, the transportation analysis zones that are assigned by the county. The Metro Cash CMPO creates these TAZs, and the numbers are like the 460s are they're assigned, and then we just went and renumbered them for reference within the plan. So that's just where those 2 numbers.
Oh, that makes sense. There wasn't a note in the plan about that though, right? Well, maybe that should be footnoted.
It's earlier in the appendix. It just referenced it, and then we provide the list of it as well right before here. So that's or is it after? So yeah, we can add a reference to that and just try and make that more clear. Yeah, so here's where they are listed. And then there's another comment just to address it while we're here. Is it saying that these are outdated? We went through a process to update them according to what was known as far as development wise. We don't update the TAZs as part of the master plan. That's done at the CMPO level. But we can identify it saying, you know, particularly this one, number 13 or TAZ 482, knowing that there will be development, as we've talked about this evening, in these 2 areas and expected a much higher rate than what they were planning on. So we did go through and anticipate those growth at more of an accelerated rate than they were indicating. Next, interpreted the map. So this is going through is part of the analysis method and just assigning it trip generated from the additional housing. This is the map that we would how we utilized it. It was just functionality of traffic engineering and the model, not necessarily. It's just not necessary to include in the master plan. If it was just adding confusion, we might just keep that, remove it. But this was just to indicate that we were considering all the routes and how they were coming in in and through Providence City.
So what are the dots represent? Sorry, I'm just, do the dots represent a termination point and then different starting points, or what's?
Yeah, just an entry point from the city and say, here is a mass of vehicles that would be coming in, for the light blue, they would be coming down Gateway Drive, and then how they would get dispersed as they moved throughout the city. So it just would say, if we have this many people coming from, North and Logan and area as they came through, what percentage would go to each different TAZ. So it's it's a technical map and not necessarily needed as far as what the master plan would be contributing, which is why it's just in the appendix. So might just remove it to avoid confusion as far as the information that it's providing isn't contributing to being a benefit to reference.
Well, maybe it is to others. I didn't know what it meant or how to interpret it. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll try and add either clarification, or we may just remove it if it's just as far as technicality, technical data. And mention this, looking at 30 years, the comment was just, here's a plan for 5, 10, and 30 years. And this master plan should be updated more than 30 years. It shouldn't last that long, but it's just as a trajectory to make sure that the city is headed in the right direction during that time. This seems old. All the AGR district has been changed to a state. Oh, so this is reference to the
zoning map's out of date in the plan.
I
believe so. I mean, I wrote that comment, 2 weeks ago?
As far as we had, this was the most updated zoning. We did get some updates from Scarlett, and we're included in these. So if there's some that were missing, we'll just
that bottom south piece is a mix of, I believe it's a mix of SFT and SFL now. Bottom right hand corner, I know that, and I thought there might be SFT up on the north side too, but
Josh, this is the actual zone. The one that shows those mixed is the future zoning map, and the owners of those properties haven't come in and applied for those rezone changes yet.
Oh, so that's because I was remembering it from planning and zoning, because planning and zoning changed those, but the owners haven't applied. Okay, that makes sense.
Yep.
That helps.
Yeah. Well, that's inevitable. That'll just happen as soon as they come in.
It's going to be continually moving map. So a comment about future stated, that was just the items where
I think it said something to the effect that the council met and approved this, and it just hadn't happened yet with February. So
right, yeah, and that'll be updated as we're getting as the master plan continues forward. or we could just remove that sentence just to say, you know, obviously when it's accepted, it's historical information. With this one, this is the public input, and so this is what they were requesting. It's not necessarily what is out there or what the plan is. It's just to say these are where they were recommending it. So the comment was, this is lane to nowhere. Yeah, we didn't include as far as this, you know, up this direction is not included. We do have bike lanes, obviously, on Canyon Road. And is that which?
Yeah, that's fine. I didn't realize it was the public input, not the other. So,
okay. And corrected that misspelling. Next, I think the key initiatives are good, but this page could be more readable. So this is just, we'll update those to include those recommendations. Is linking or any comments there, any additional as far as information you'd like us to include?
So all of the rest of the comments are mine. And
just that are showing. We've got some later, I guess.
okay, good. So just, I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand your question.
I just want to make sure that if you had any additional information or items you wanted us to clarify your comments. Was good. I think, you know, we'll update it from that.
No, as long as you go through them and address the things that I've commented on, that's adequate.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't need to address everything with the council. I can see just as long as you address them in the plan, that's fine. And those maps that Josh struggled with, I actually had to go in and have Ryan translate them for me because I was like, I don't get what this is. So it wasn't just him.
Oh, thanks. I was convinced I was the least common denominator tonight, and so I'm grateful I've got a companion.
No, I mean, so much so that I just stopped reading and went in and said, okay, go ahead and translate this because I don't get it.
So
But then I
Scott,
got it.
Real quickly, the one right above where you're at there, Scott, talking about safe routes to schools. I mean, I do think we need to address that in this meeting. So maybe let's discuss that one, unless we want to go down and hit a few of those others and come back to it.
I think the rest are general comments, you know, as far as changing formatting issues. So I think that's a good time we could now to discuss the safe routes.
So on the safe routes to school, is that not better addressed in the, and maybe it is addressed in the Parks and Trails Master Plan? It feels to me like that's the better place to address that thing.
It's hard to know if sidewalks fall under transportation or if they fall under parks and trails. So what is everyone else's feeling on that? Like what should be in which part of the plan?
I had the exact same question.
So let me shed some light on what we decided when we met, the first meeting that we met with the consultants doing the Parks and Trails plan. And Scott, feel free to jump in, and Ryan to correct me if I'm wrong, but essentially the pedestrian trails and paths were to be addressed in that plan, and the bicycle routes and things like that were the passive transportation was to be addressed in our plan. That's how I remember it anyways.
That's how I remember it.
Right. So anything, a bicycle lane that would be on a roadway would be in our plans, but then the pedestrian trails and other sidewalks would be with the Parks and Trails plan.
Could I make a comment on that? it is not the parks and trails that require a sidewalk to be constructed with a road with a particular offset and setback and so forth. And it is not the parks and trails, like for instance, on my corner, that would acquire any additional right of way to make sure the trails or the sidewalk had adequate clearance, or like any others. I think there's, you can't totally eliminate sidewalk from your transportation master plan, because roads and right-of-ways for sidewalks are connected. They're connected throughout subdivision, major road, and so forth. Now, can they be utilized for multi-purpose? Yes, trails can use them, but also they are basic requirements of the transportation plan. So I don't think you can separate them from each other totally that way.
And I don't think we attempted to separate them totally, Brent, but we did. In fact, if you notice in the capital improvements plan, we do talk about sidewalks on many of those projects. But I guess from a safe routes to school perspective, if we're looking at what are the safe routes for the children to travel to get to school, that wasn't necessarily in our scope, at least from my understanding.
Okay, let's just take 3rd East and Center. Okay, coming up through here, the sidewalk is adjacent the road. It's a narrow right of way going up on Canyon or up on the bench on 3rd East up towards the city sheds.
Yep.
When the snow is plowed, it is plowed continually over onto the sidewalk. Now they've tried in the past to hold it back and keep it out in the roadway. And the city does jump on their mule and come down and plow that out. But in the interim, you have many kids walking. So there are areas where it is an overlap of safe route to school, sidewalks, and transportation.
Yep.
I agree, Brent. And specifically where the transportation plan says that they're focusing on moving people and the mobility of people, not vehicles, is one of the identified guidelines or whatever. That to me means that sidewalks is part of that. That's how I understood it. Specifically where the transportation plan says that they're focusing on moving people and the mobility of people, not vehicles, is one of the identified guidelines or whatever. That to me means that sidewalks is part of that. That's how I understood it. Specifically where the transportation plan says that
Neil, stop talking already.
And the mobility of people,
Somebody's YouTube is playing.
one of the identified. Yeah, it's strange. I can't figure out what's going on.
Somebody's playing a YouTube.
A little delayed.
So I would ask a question from that comment. Are you looking for an overlay of the need? Are you looking to identify capital improvements based on inadequate sidewalks? What are you looking to accomplish? I think that the road profile and those should definitely be included, and they are. I'm just wanting to make sure I clarify, because if I gave bad direction of separating those two, I didn't want them both working on the same thing. So if I've given bad direction, I'd like to clarify too. What would you like to see in the transportation as far as the sidewalks? The design of where we have gaps. Anyway, kind of give me some guideline. That would be helpful.
Well, I think my comments would be, Ryan, is transportation is, like they said, is moving people. And trails and that sort of thing seem to be more of a, and maybe I'm wrong, but more of a optional usage of the right of way or path or whatever, where sidewalks and that are designated for people walking and moving people along. And so by the objectives of the transportation plan, it seems to fall more, the sidewalks along the roads seem to fall more under transportation than they do under trails, where they're using them maybe more as an optional use. I don't know if that's clear or not, but that's how I.
That's helpful for me. So, because in my thought, I was looking, I have the data for where all the sidewalks are. I will have the data for the most traveled routes for the trails plan, and I'll have the proposal where the bikes will go. And when this is all done, I'll be able to build my map to show all of those on the same map from different plans.
Yeah, and I guess with that said, I would ask the same thing, Ryan, is, knowing that, what else would the council like to see then in the master plan, the transportation master plan regarding sidewalks or safe routes to schools?
I think safe routes to school should be included because it is specific to moving people. I don't think every sidewalk in the city falls in that same realm personally, but safe routes to school is a pretty clear, walking paths to school that you present to the state. I mean, every student community council has to outline those and establish that. I think we've had similar discussions about safe route to school and needs in the city that relate to the middle school and 300 South. I think those particular walking routes to me fall under transportation.
So Janelle, then you're saying just a map showing all of the safe routes to schools is kind of what you're talking about then, right?
Yes, and what's needed to get them up to par, I think should be specified in the plan.
And continuity. They need to have continuity. So these kids do have the option, their parents can train them, they have a safe route to school, and that's, we mark them like they do here at 3rd East and Center. They mark them so there is, I mean, it's not an easy pedestrian crosswalk going across 3rd East from the east side to the west side or vice versa, but they're marked. The city has marked them out, and that becomes a safe route to school. Those need to be identified with the transportation plan.
That way, I think that we can build in, like the mayor mentioned, the path through the city easement off of Canyon Road, off the bench, I think is a safe routes to school. I mean, it could be used as a trail, but in my mind, that should be on the transportation plan.
Okay, I think we can work on that. I will happy to work with Scott. I think there's a number of items that I've heard from others. I think if we keep that in mind, we'll note the sidewalks, we'll come to it. We'll address the safe routes. That map is available. We can get it, and we can overlay it to where we have sidewalks and identify some of that.
I had a question about the sense of place. On page 9, it talks about sense of place and the aesthetics of the street. And I know in the past, Christina has talked about like lighting and different things like that. Does that fall as part of the roadway when we're trying to establish a sense of place and the aesthetics of streets? I mean, where's an appropriate place to assign something like that? I don't know if the transportation plan is, but just, that was something I noted because of the sense of place. Does that correlate with the aesthetics of the streets?
That would not be addressed in the trails plan, the aesthetics.
Okay.
So if it's addressed and needs to be addressed, that may
Somewhere
be an
else.
item we need to add to this, because that would not be addressed in the trails side.
But not the transportation side.
Well, that would be a good question. I think I don't know how many transportation plans Scott's done, but talk about how you've done other ones and whether that's been.
How do you incorporate sense of place into that?
Well, we as best as we can, we included in as far as what the cross sections and recommendations for what type of cross section you'd want to implement, as well as traffic calming areas. That a lot of these ideas are how you could implement them. As we get into these different options, and where you could implement them. It's not necessarily saying you need to implement this right here, but as these are different ideas that in order to get that sense of place is where you can put them in. Because here we've outlined $60 million in projects over the next 30 years that you'll need for roadway improvements just to keep up with demand. That doesn't mean that, we can continue to add projects to add a sense of place and add, address all of the comments from all of the public input. But we outlined what should be done, and then provided additional recommendations for, if there's a certain area that is a concern, or that brings up concern, or is of special interest to the city. So, as we're including those cross sections, I think they're. That's how you can update and get to arrive at a sense of place for an area, because you're adding more amenities. But a lot of that is still outside of the purview of what a master plan would accomplish. So here are, starting the examples of the cross section, having wider sidewalks, large planter strips, having how the bike lanes fit in, and how that adds to the community.
Isn't that something that we talked about, more like an ordinance for development too?
So the cross sections do set precedents for those developments to say you need at least this.
I was talking about the streetlights.
Oh, with the streetlights? Yeah.
Right. Isn't that where we need to continue to?
That's where we would address it correctly.
I don't know.
Sense of place.
Yeah. Well, no. When you said I'm always talking about the streetlights. It's when I mean it is when a developer comes and wants to bring in a subdivision. I want to require that they put in a certain kind of streetlight that I don't know that we've gotten anywhere with. So that's another subject, but that's just also, that's where I was coming from.
Okay, no, I think that's great. I did want to say for CRS, I really did appreciate these graphics of what I felt like it tied together, like your descriptions of things. I did like the graphics. I did like the examples of pinch points and chicanes and different things, because that's, I don't think, the council's typical vernacular. But the maps I felt like were really difficult to navigate. And I mean, I did okay understanding the data behind them, but I felt like some of the descriptions of them weren't very clear. I mean, for me, like I talked about figure 32 with Ryan, I felt like you were suggesting that we widen half the roads in the city, which was alarming to me because it's like, that's so unrealistic and so unaccomplishable. But, you know, we discussed it and he was like, no, that's not really what it means. But that's how I understood it based on the flow of the document and like other maps that where you'd updated the road designations and things. I think from figure 17 to figure 18, there was a big jump with that explanation. I don't know, a few things like that. I felt like a little bit more clarity in the explanation or the description of the figure would have eliminated some of that confusion for me.
Okay. So figure 32, figure 17 and 18, you think there's a big jump. Any other locations where we can add some clarity?
I think I would like some clarity looking at the capital improvement plan, which somewhat ties into this. Unless I'm misunderstanding it, this would be figure 33. It's proposing figure 18 and 33 propose that 3rd South from 100 East to 300 East be extended. And that's been tried, and a grand jury indicted the entire council for trying to open that road. And when I came to work for the city, I helped get the councilman expunged from that grand jury indictment because they didn't want to die with an indictment against them. And that road is not a feasible road. It's wet.
Brent, can you remind me? I missed what road you're talking about.
I'm talking 3rd South from 100 East to 300 East.
Okay.
That goes up the side of George Daines's property.
Okay.
And through Doran Baker's property. To me, that's not even a viable or something to be considered. I would recommend that that be removed from your capital improvement plan and not even be considered. I know there's an intent to bring 3rd South all the way to 3rd East, but I don't think that's a viable option. That's on that road, that's my recommendation.
Brent, what were the sorry, I get that there was a battle and consternation around that, but what were the objections? What are the difficulties with it? Just the landowner rights, or you said a wet road? I'm trying to understand what the problems were with it.
There was an intent that there was, if I remember correctly, that they thought there was a city right of way goes down through there. There was a home allowed to be built in there with the concept that they would have a road, and it belonged to Blake Pickett at the time, and he would have access to that road. And they got a cat in there, started cutting that right away down through there. And I don't know who all was involved in forming a grand jury, but the grand jury indicted all the councilmen. Stop order was issued. They hauled the caterpillar away, and nothing was ever done after that, except the councilman had to go before the grand jury, and they were indicted by it. So I don't know.
So okay, I thought you were being symbolic, or there was a grand jury that.
Yes.
I mean, this is totally new to me. Okay.
It was. Yes. And so I don't think, as a councilman, I can even give consideration to opening that road, because knowing what the past happened with that road. And besides that, there's a lot of water comes out of George Staines's pond that goes down into that area. It's wet. And not only that, it would serve, there is a water line that goes down there, but there is very little reason to open that road. And so, yes, I have to say that I, as a councilman, could not support that road being open.
Well, would that be incredibly steep also?
It would, yes, because that comes around that Dugway and where we got good improvements. We got a walking sidewalk. We got retaining walls holding the dirt back as you come around from on that 200 East around and up to 3rd South. So you do have a good pathway. And so it just doesn't lend itself to, in my opinion, to doing anything with it. The next section of road that, while we're talking about this, that piece of road that would then go from 3rd South down to Center Street. At one time, they decided they were going to get a cat in there and they were going to cut that road down and make that road work because it was too steep. Well, it's called Eck Hill, and they did cut that hill down. That's why that water line's hanging out there in the air on the east side.
You mean 30?
What?
You mean 3rd East?
Did I not say 3rd East?
You said 3rd South, and I was trying to figure that out.
From 3rd South, 300 East from 3rd South going north to Center Street. Okay. So down past, over the hill, down by Milt Campbell's, that is not the grade of that road doesn't lend itself to being widened or constructed because of the steepness of it, the narrowness of it. There are a couple homes that would be, if they widen the road, it would become non-conforming use to the homes. They would take out their front yards. They would also, like at Ted Erickson's corner across the street from me, that home would have to be condemned because he'd step out of his driveway and step right onto the road. There's just a myriad of problems there that doesn't lend itself to doing that. And a lot of it's the steepness of the road. And again, when you look at that road, there are people who walk it. There are people who ride bikes on it. There are people who drive it. We don't have accidents on it. That road serves an area that's already built out. And in the wintertime, those people go down around to 2nd East. They don't come as much over the top of that hill and come down. It should be actually restricted to a weight limit going up. How many times do I see trucks loaded that have to back down that hill because that hill is too steep?
Brent, wait a minute. I don't see that on the capital improvement project. Where am I missing that?
Well, if you look on
100 North, the 4-way stop control, but that's not all the way down the road. So I understand the first one that you're talking about, and I agree with you 100%, but this one, I don't see it on the capital improvement project. Where is it?
On 300 East, it's drawn on the map. Look at the ledger.
Oh, I'm looking at the table. Table 3.
So is it
Have them all listed out.
is it not listed on there?
No, not that I can see.
No, it's
on the table. It's the very last item on the table, if I'm not mistaken. On table 3.
Okay, but the way I understood that would be from, okay, I see what you're saying. I mean, but what I understand that is when I read that, I thought it meant 3rd East going into River Heights, which is where a lot of the growth is happening.
It says River Heights to 300 South.
Yeah.
So we need to maybe adjust that and bring it up to what, 2nd North?
Center Street.
2nd North, possibly. There's going to be some problems going through the section from Center Street north to 100 North too. Now, and also from 100 North to 200 North, you're dealing with Spring Creek. Spring Creek crosses that road, runs along the edge of that road on the west side before it turns and goes down through Moreland Todd's property. You're going to have to deal with something to do with Spring Creek in that right of way. You're going to have to get additional right of way to move Spring Creek to the west if you're going to make that a standard road. My point is, we're planning, and I know it's out there a ways, but it is a huge expense, and it's not accomplishing much because it's serving an area that's already built out. The people are used to the road. They're used to traveling slower. People are walk that road. They run that road. Bikes ride that road, and we're not getting people killed. We're not seeing it. The evidence doesn't reflect what the problems are with that road. It just ought to remain as it is through some of that sections. Now, from 200 north, yes, that's a viable way, but there's nothing that really feeds down that way until you get beyond that at 200 north. The master plan once called for that 200 north to go up onto the bench and drain the bench off, but Marlon Hoth stopped that with that land there, and it's in his family, and it stopped. Center Street was supposed to go up on there. That got nixed. That all got ended. They had opportunity to buy the right of way. It ended. So we pushed it out to, 500 north? Anyway, that's where the traffic picks up. That was the plan. So I'm just seeing, okay, I'm just seeing some areas that are put on here that I just think are not viable in the future. Another one that I have a problem with is looking, well, I think Center Street going down 2nd South. You can continue 3 more blocks on Center Street and come to the stop sign and turn and go right out of town with uncontrolled exit out of town, roundabout, stoplight, and go out. If you turn at 200, or is it 100 South, I guess, or where you're going down, trying to get down 100 South all the way out of town, you don't have a stoplight. You've got stop signs you got to deal with. You got 200 West you got to deal with. There's just some issues there that have got to be dealt with, or else they're not a viable exit. And I just think for what you're going to spend to go down through 100 South West to continue on another 3 blocks to the north, the way they're doing it now, go down 100 north, you go right out of town, or you have your access to go into Logan. To get it, to put a lot of money into that, the cost versus the benefit just doesn't weigh out.
Can I interject something here? We're coming up on 10 o'clock. We have still have rates and fees. We have 3 fiber items that we need to consider. Perhaps we can take, there's a lot of issues and discussions that need to be hashed out here on this. We can either schedule another council meeting, or we could convene a subcommittee to sift through all of these transportation plan issues.
I feel like we had too much on agenda for one council meeting. I feel like we've got enough coming through the pipe that I think they're almost necessary to have a couple. Sorry, that was something. I mean, I'm speaking of this one, but it feels to me like I'm having a hard time getting it all in one council meeting anyway. So I'd be in favor of scheduling another one, I guess, my opinion.
Okay. We have, if you saw what Ryan sent out, was a calendar for the fiber optics project, and the funding calendar we got from Zions Bank. So that is critical. We've got the bonding parameters item, and then we've got the design and construction agreement. Ryan, we didn't really, I know we got some comments on fiber from the public, and we got some from Roger Timmerman at Utopia. It'd be up to council what they want to discuss, consider, have further discussion on. The funding issue is pretty critical time-wise. The funding doesn't actually happen when you look at that calendar. The very last date is, the funding date is April 8th. Anyway, that's where we're at. We also had the 2021 vision and goals. Entertain any suggestions on how we might want to proceed with what's the rest of on the rest of the agenda tonight.
Do we need to read in the comments that came for this meeting into this meeting, even if we continue the topics to another meeting, or how do we handle that?
What do you mean, read the comments in?
Well, we had some emails that came from residents that they wanted read in. Do we just continue those comments if we continue the meeting, or do we need to read those in?
So I mean, let's just say that we said, this is pretty urgent. Let's have a council meeting Friday night, heaven forbid. And we notice it tomorrow and we continue where we left off. We'll have another council meeting for the 22nd, which would be Friday. And it would be part of that council meeting. Your preference, whatever you want to do.
Is waiting to the 28th to continue some of these things too long?
I think I'd ask Ryan. I think he's okay with continuing the rates and fees. We can certainly cover the vision and goals in that meeting. I got a note from Ryan here. He said we could convene a subcommittee to review the issues that Brent and other people have brought out on the transportation plan before it comes back to the council. Just some suggestions. We can certainly do the 28th, but I think, Ryan, what do you think about I think Ryan might want to say, let's consider and decide on the fiber items and get it done tonight. That's my preference. I don't know what your thoughts are. Ryan, are you, there you go.
Yeah, what I would recommend is, I think Josh has some great comments, and Janelle or Brent. I mean, I'd take two of those, and we'll meet with Max and Scott. I think if they're willing, we could do and resolve some of this, and be able to get that worked out and get it a lot farther for the next. It'll take a couple of weeks, but we could have it a lot farther along for the next council meeting in February. I think we could make some progress. We're not in as big of a rush on the master plan. We can take some time. We've been working on it, but I think there's time to work. So that's one option. I think that's what I'd recommend for that one, and come back with a February one. That gives us a few weeks to meet, and once we meet, then it gives Scott and Max some time to review and modify, and then meet again, and time to review and modify. If Janelle or Brent or Josh, if two of the three of you want to do that, I think that would be great, and I think we could really work through a lot of the issues.
I'm happy to help in any way.
I'm happy to.
And I am too. I'm on transportation is my issue with the city, my assignment. I'd be happy to sit in on it.
Great. Well, it sounds like Brent. Then Mayor, you pick Janelle or Josh, and we'll get those together, and we'll hammer some things out and come back.
My preference is Brent, because he knows a lot. He knows these streets around the city like the back of his hand. He knows a lot of the history behind it. I don't know the whole story about the grand jury indictment, what that involved, but from as far as 300 South and connection from 300 East to 100 East, and Max could probably tell you, and engineers can come up with a solution to anything. They could mitigate the water that's there and everything else. It's steep, as Christina mentioned. I don't know what the property issues are up there. I think the city has a right of way. I don't know how wide it is. I know the part of the reason the right of way is there is because of the pipelines that are there. Doran's pond does drain into that whole area. Could it be built? Yes. Do we want to spend the money that it would take to build it? Probably not. So I agree with Brent on that.
So Mayor, are we going to get a subcommittee? Or did you want Josh?
I'd like to see a subcommittee, and personally, I'd like to see Josh and Brent on that. Nothing against
Perfect.
Janelle, just, we can't have 3 people in a subcommittee because otherwise we've got a meeting.
Janelle's done a lot. That's
I'm
good.
totally fine with
We
that.
have a quorum, so, I mean, that's just my preference, so.
And I have
And then
quite a few comments. I have quite a few comments we didn't get to, so I'm just going to email them to Brent and Josh.
Okay.
It
I-
was,
What's the best thing? Can we move on?
Josh, does that work for you? Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, that's fine. And then it'd be really nice when we do come back and present if Christina just drop a bomb on me and just let me know what she really thinks.
Don't worry, I don't have that problem. I always let everyone know exactly what I think.
All right, we'll do that. Then I would recommend that we go to the bonding parameter. That one,
Yep.
that one, even if we delay the vote on the construction, we need to have the bonding parameter. If we're really going to do this fiber, we need to start that domino, because that domino has a lot more dominoes to go.
Yep.
And Mark, I think, is still on with us. He's been very patient through this whole thing. And so Mark with Zions Bank is on. And if you have questions about that, I would say we go to that one if that's okay with you, Mayor.
Yep, absolutely. We could even, if you wanted to delay discussing the rates and fees for another week, we could do that as well.
Yeah.
I think you'd be okay with that, delaying it by 7 days.
Well, and I'd like to talk on that one later, but yes, I think we could delay the rates and fees. I brought some. We have lots more to go. I was just kind of testing the water to see how the council felt and how you wanted to see how rates went. But anyway, let's come back to that one for,
Okay.
but if we could skip to the bond
Yeah.
and have that one, that would be good.
So let me go forward with that. I see we've got Mark waiting for us. This is item number 7 under fiber optic communication network on the agenda. This is an administrative item, bonding parameters. Ryan can explain, and I think sure Mark can as well, what parameters mean. I think we've discussed this before. Resolution 004-2021. Interesting, this is all in caps. Providence City Council will consider for adoption a resolution of the City Council of Providence City authorizing the issuance and sale of not more than $8,500,000 aggregate principal amount of municipal energy taxes, sales use taxes, and telecommunications revenue, fee revenue bond series 2021 and related matters. Mark, you want to give us an outline?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Appreciate the opportunity to meet with the Providence City Council this evening. What this does is it kicks off the bonding process. You're declaring the city's intent to consider issuing bonds and establishing parameters within which the bonds would be issued. It indicates the maximum amount you would borrow, the maximum interest rate you would pay, the maximum term that the bonds would be outstanding, and the maximum discount that the bonds might be sold at in the public market. It also designates the mayor and the city manager as individuals that would make decisions as to how to best sell the bonds and the terms and identify the terms of the bonds. It also authorizes the mayor and the recorder to execute the bond documents. Another important part is it schedules a public hearing, which is mandatory, that the council accept public comment on the proposed issuance of the bonds. The proposed date to hold that public hearing is at your next meeting on February 17th, or next month's meeting. Any other questions? I can tell you what happens after this, but let's maybe focus on what the parameters resolution really does. It doesn't bind the council to issue bonds. It just indicates that there's an interest and intent to consider issuing bonds and starts the public process that is required by state law.
Council members, questions for Mark, for Ryan? Silence. Don't hear anything. But everybody get the idea of parameters. I thought there was a reference to the interest rate here. I don't know what today's rate is. Of course, a month from now, it's going to change. I think the parameters that I saw said something about 5% interest rate. In today's world, we're not going to pay that much. But I think we can probably expect to see interest rates go up. So time is of the essence.
Mayor,
Yes.
some of this is different than a loan interest. Maybe Mark could explain on the difference. Mark, did you have a comment with that?
Yeah, I was just going to explain why we indicate a maximum interest rate of 5%. Typically in bonds that sell in the public market, they have a call protected period for 10 years to where they can't be paid off early. And those first 10 years typically have a coupon or a stated interest rate of 4 to 5%. But when the bonds are sold, the purchasers of those bonds would typically pay a premium. They would be paying more than the par value of the bonds. Based on our last estimate that I sent out in December, we expected interest rates, a true interest cost around 1.9%. I think the rates have maybe crept up a little bit since then, maybe 1.95% over a 25-year term. But that's why it might have a stated interest rate. And so what you'll actually do is when they pay a premium, you don't end up borrowing as much money because you're paying a higher interest rate on some of those first maturities. So you may borrow $7.5 million versus an $8 million, and the additional interest cost, really comes out of the premium that's paid to give you the average interest cost or the true interest cost of about 1.9%. That's what, we're expecting 1.92%. It's hard. I wish I could tell you exactly what interest rates are going to do, but I can't. We're at historic low rates. To think you can borrow money for 25 years, less than 2%, is pretty unheard of other than the last 7 or 8 months.
Once in a lifetime, Mark.
Yeah, we track interest rates since 1988, and we just don't see them lower historically.
We have an inflection point we need to take advantage of right now. Council, any further questions for Ryan or Mark? Any further discussion? Hearing none, can I call for a vote? We good with that? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and I've read the resolution 004/2021. I need a motion to approve this resolution.
Mayor, do we read in the public comments for this at some point, or when does that come?
Do we have any public comment, Ryan, on this?
We received emails, but I don't know if it was to be intended.
Do we take public comments on administrative items and non-legislative?
They're not a public hearing, so it's not, we got information that was distributed to us, but this isn't a public hearing. If they comment on the public hearing that will be scheduled, if this is approved, then we would read those in. We have distributed what we have gotten for communication and transparency's sake so that all the council has all what's come in. I think you're talking about Don Calderwoods. He's the one I've received on the resolution itself. Is that the one you're talking about?
There was another one from Mary Hubbard.
Yeah, another one.
Oh, yeah. So we can read those in so that they're into the record. But this is an administrative item, and generally you don't, it's not a public hearing.
So would we save those for the contract portion that we're continuing? Is that?
Actually, the way that we've been handling it in the past, it would be appropriate if you want it read in, it would be appropriate to do it right now. The Mayor Drew has always allowed people to speak toward the agenda item. If we weren't going to do it at the agenda item, we should have done it during the public comments section probably. But I don't know that the Don Calderwood's asked that it be part of the public record. Mary Hubbard asked that hers be part of the public record.
So why don't we go ahead with Mary Hubbard's? I did talk to Ryan. He did tell me he had a conversation, a phone call with Mayor Calderwood, and Ryan can probably characterize it better than I, but I guess the Mayor Calderwood was satisfied with Ryan's answer. So I'll leave that at that. Can we read in Mary Hubbard's comments so we can get that done and move on? Scarlett?
To the council and mayor, having read the documentation on the city's website and several articles on the internet concerning creating a local fiber optics communication network, I would like to say I can find no good reason at this time to vote to pass agenda items 7, 8, and 9. While high-speed fiber optic network may be nice to have, it is not necessary, unlike streets, water, sewer, etc. We already have more than adequate internet services for less than your proposed $65 per month opt-in model. If this is such an important new utility to offer, why have you not brought it to a vote of the citizens of Providence? With approximately 2,300 households in town, why should we all have to subsidize the 14 to 25%, your numbers, of people who want this and subsidize the less than 35% take rate, or excuse me, the more than 35% take rate needed to pay for it? Also, we are experiencing a large economic turndown. It is now the time to burden us with $8.5 million of debt at up to 5% interest for 30 years for a technology that may be obsolete before that. That was submitted by Mary Hubbard. She said, I am unable to attend tonight's meeting, but wish to have my remarks read into the public record.
Okay.
Did somebody make a motion then?
We were about to, yes.
I'd like to go ahead and do that.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 7, resolution 004-2021.
Okay, motion from Council Member Eck. Do I have a second? This is on the bonding parameters for the bond issue.
I'll
I'll go ahead and
second.
second. Oh,
Or Josh.
I'll yield to. I'll second that.
Second from Council Member Paulson. Further comments, discussion, anything you want to add, Ryan? Can I call for a vote? All right, let's go ahead and vote on resolution 004-2021, the bonding parameters. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye, I'm opposed.
Okay, we have 4 to 1, 1 opposed. The opposition vote is from Council Member Speth. Okay, that passes. Ryan, should we move on with the other 2 items? Council members, it's going on 10:15. I sense some some fatigue here, and I think I see some eyelids drooping. What would you like to do? How would you like to proceed?
Well, don't we need to get past item number 8 and number 9?
Ryan?
No.
I'm for there. We have Dave Ryan on. We have Strata that's on. If we're ready or if we're not. But I think at this point it's come up with it. The contracts have been sent out. I guess the question would be is if there's a motion to approve or if there's a motion to table. Either both of those are probably appropriate motions, but the council's call.
I would suggest let's go through 8 and 9 and get those done. If there's any objection and we want to continue it for another meeting, further discussion, then we'll make that decision. So I'll just go ahead and call for a motion and do that right now. And that'll give us an indication of whether we're ready to consider this vote tonight or not. So on the design and construction agreement, resolution 005-2021, Providence City Council will consider and may take action on resolution approving an agreement between Providence City and Uinta Basin Electronic Communications LLC, doing business as Strata Networks, for a public-private partnership for the design and construction of an open fiber optic communications network. Do I have a motion on item number 8 for the approval of the design and construction agreement?
I can make that a motion, that
That
we
motion?
approve item number 8, the design and construction agreement, resolution 005-2021.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Kirk to approve the design and construction agreement. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Second from Councilmember Kirk.
Eck.
I'm sorry. Wasn't looking at the screen.
Drooping eyelids.
Go ahead, Brent.
I just said drooping eyelids when you said Kirk.
A little bit of that, yeah. Further comments or discussion? Brent, you voted against the bonding issue. I'm sure you've got
You what?
Something to say? You have something to say?
Well, you know, okay, I've talked with a number of citizens, and while I think it's probably the best way to go for those that want it, I have to agree we're in a downturn. I have to agree that it is an additional burden. I talked with Ryan about it. He said that nobody has come forth and asked to be able to be subsidized to cover this money. I know that's an option out there, but you're dealing with a proud people, and they don't want to take handouts. But you've got elderly people, you got people that $10 a month means a lot more. And not only that, in order to improve our bonding position, we may have to increase our franchise tax rate. That puts an additional burden on people. So it's a hard issue, because I know people that right now are struggling with that. Now, I know the numbers out there show Providence is wealthy and everybody's got a big income and everybody's good, but that's not really the case when you hit the ground. That's my objection. I have to think of those people. Sorry.
No, appreciate it, Brent. Hey, Ryan, you had a discussion with Mayor Calderwood. He had some concerns. Can you relate where that conversation went and where it ended up? Because I think that at the end, I think he thought to him it made a lot of sense. I hopefully he understood all of your explanation.
Yes, I don't want to talk for him, but I will summarize my understanding of the conversation.
Right.
He sent out an email of concern about the bond, and I responded to let him know that there was that it was the parameters resolution, and a few of the things that we've talked about tonight. I summarized with him. He said, "Well, if I calculate the bond at 8 million at an interest rate of 2%, that calculated out to be 10 to 12 per resident." And he said, "Well, you know, that's a lot for those." And I said, "Well, at that point, they all receive the basic service for the $10 fee. Everyone that has that will receive the base rate of service, and that would be the 3 to 5 megabits up and down. And you could do your email, and a lot of people that have it will choose that option. It is a base rate, but they receive a fee. So although everyone will pay a fee, everyone will receive a connection, or at least that's the plan and design, and that's what we're working under the direction, is that all of them would receive one. And when I explained that everyone would receive service for that $10, although it be basic, that resolved a lot of his. And he said to me that we should make sure that that is known, because that was an important part to him. At least that was my understanding of our conversation. if he listens, I think he reviews the minutes and that, he's welcome to correct me at some future point. But that was an important one, that there was a service provided for that $10, and it was the basic internet. So anyway, go ahead.
Thing that I keep thinking about too, Brent, take this into my consideration when people talk to you. Those people that don't have any internet at all and have no use for internet, I am sure there's just a handful. And yes, $10 a month will provide them a service that they might not want or need because they've never had it and they don't care about internet. But for 90% of the people that live in Providence, it's actually going to save them money.
Well, I'll just say personally, I'm in favor for my own personal use. That would be a benefit to us. But I do have that group of people, and I have called several people, and they don't have internet service, or they would, I don't know, it's hard to deal with it. I don't know. But for myself personally, it would be good.
Christina, I think you're right in terms of being a handful. I mean, in the United States, including all impoverished and rural areas, 6% of Americans don't have internet. I bet in Providence, it's probably less than 25. I can't imagine it would be any higher than that.
Problem, we can subsidize them. So Mayor, can we call for a vote?
We can if the council's ready.
I'm ready.
You're ready? Everybody ready? Okay, I've got a thumbs up. All right, item number 8, resolution 005-2021. And this is approving the design and construction agreement with Strata. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Nay, we have 4-1. The nay came from Councilmember Speth. Let's move on to item number 9. And this is the network operating agreement, fiber optic cable and license and network operating agreement, resolution 006-2021. Providence City Council will consider and may take action on a resolution approving an agreement between Providence City and Uinta Basin Electronic Communications LLC, doing business as Strata Networks, for a public-private partnership for the operation of an open fiber optic communications network. Do I have a motion on item number 9, resolution 006-2021? Motion.
I move that we approve. I wish I was good as Janelle here. Item
9.
number, my brain's not working. 9, administrative fiber optic cable licensing and network operation agreement, which is resolution 006-2021.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion from Councilmember Paulson, second from Councilmember Seeley. I think we have a interest in calling for a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed say nay.
Nay.
Nay. 4-1 with Councilmember Speth voting nay. All right. Going on 10:30.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, as long as we're open, that we adjourn the meeting.
I'm open to the motion.
Wait, first everybody read my chat I just sent.
I think it needs to me add a.
So are we going to adjourn until the 28th?
That works for me. I'm fine. Whatever the council wants, we'll make it happen.
Yeah, let's have a meeting on the 28th.
28th, we'll make it happen. We good with that?
Yeah.
Can I have a motion to
I'll second Josh's
the
motion.
28th?
Oh,
Okay, we'll plan for
wait, we have to have a motion for a continuation. Sorry.
All right, we'll plan on the 28th. We have a motion to close the meeting for tonight from Councilman Paulson. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Councilmember Seeley. All in favor of closing the meeting tonight and continuing the remaining agenda items, signify by saying aye.
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 You notice I voted aye on that one, May? Mayor.
I noted that, Brent.
Thank you.
Everybody's saying
This time it's unanimous. Okay.
Unanimous.
So we got through the bonding issue. We got through the design and construction, fiber optic cable. We have the fee schedule left. We have the vision and goals left. And we have an evaluation in executive session.
See you guys on the 28th.
The 28th.
Hopefully on the streets before then.
Stay safe. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Good
Good
night.
night.